تياركني سريع ودينا لمدينة جبا أجمل مدينة تياركني سريع ودينا اشتقنا لمونتي لماما رجينا اشتقنا لمونتي لماما رجينا لمدينة جوبا أجمل مدينة مدينة جوبا أجمل مدينة هيا يا قومي سريع ودينا سلام بتاعكم ناس في كتوري سلام بتاعتكم ناس في ملكية سلام بتاعكم ناس في كتوري سلام بتاعتكم ناس في ملكية سلام بتاعكم ناس في أطلع برا سلام بتاعتكم ناس في كونيو كونيو المدينة جوا أجمل مدينة تيار قومي سريع ودينا حبيبي لقيته يوم في موقفي مشينا سوا لصلاة يقرأ حبيبي لقيته يوم في موقفي مشينا سوا لصلاة يقرأ المدينة جوا أجمل المدينة هيا قومي سريع ودينا حبيبي لقيته يوم في موقفي مشينا سوا لصلاة يقرأ حبيبي لقيته يوم في موقفي مشينا سوا وصلنا يا كورين ونلعب سوا ونونس سوا ونلعب سوا يوم عليك جنوب سوا 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 سوا
سوا السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. حينما كنتم أسعد الله صباحكم ونهاركم ومساكم بخير في أرجاء معمور الكرة الأرضية. مجازف سيبت لانتي مقدم برنامج ساوث سودان is not a cup of tea. معنا التيم أخوتنا بام سايمون موجودة هناك في الكلاب هاوس، وهيكون معنا كمان في التيم أخونا سباتة وبعض الإخوة والزملاء اللي هيكونوا ضيوف بالنسبة لنا اليوم في هذا التوبيك the way forward for the legacy of Kokora and also the legacy of the Addis Ababa Agreement 1972. And over there, also I would like to send my greetings for those who are in the clubhouse here, those who are in the Facebook, and those who are also in YouTube. That hopefully that we are late a little bit for some conditions that it was not from our part, but hopefully that we are in board now. We can continue discussing this topic tonight, this morning, this afternoon for some of you. But first of all, I would like to send my really condolences to the family of our brother and our friend Manawa Peter Karkwat, for his family and all our brothers and sisters and the entire South Sudanese, mourning one of our brothers and one of our, friends that have been a long time for the way of struggle in South Sudan. And also like to send also our condolences also for the family of Dong, engineer also is one of our young brothers that we know also had his own achievement for the legacy of South Sudan and the issue that was taking place over there in South Sudan. And the rest of the people that's also who know those who lost their loved ones during these days. Hopefully the team of South Sudan is not a cup of tea. Would like to send his condolences to all the families. نشكر أول حاجة الناس الموجودين معنا في الكلاب هاوس والموجودين معنا في الفيسبوك وفي اليوتيوب. نشكركم جزيل الشكر ونتأسف للتأخير اللي كان خارج من إرادتنا، ونحب أن نرسل رسالة التعزية لأسرة الفقيد مناوى بيتر كاركواز، وبرضه لأسرة الفقيد أخونا دونغ، ولكل أبناء جنوب السودان وأمهات جنوب السودان والأسر اللي فقدت زويها في خلال هذه الأيام. نحن نرسل تعزينا لكل الأسر ونقول الموت غاية كل حي فليدع لأهل الأرض داعي. فنحن سوف نناقش اليوم موضوع مهم برضو، وده مسيرة بتاعت الحياة. نناقش موضوع بتاعت the way forward اللي هو آفاق المستقبل في جنوب السودان بعد ما ناقشنا مشكلة الكوكورا، قضية الكوكورا، وبرضو اتفاقية 1972 ناقشنا أشياء كثيرة. والآن نحن شفنا إنه نرجع إلى الطريق اللي هيوصلنا كيف نخرج من المأزق اللي احنا فوقه. خدنا بام، انا برجع لك الميكروفون هناك مع الضيوف بتاعنا في الفيسبوك، سوري في الكلاب هاوس. معك هو الدكتور حكيم داريو انا شايفه، دكتور الحاج، استاذ تيتو، استاذ دانيال، استاذ لولاكو. So I will send for you the mic over there, Sister Pam Simon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Mujasef. Welcome everyone to South Sudan is Not a Cup of Tea. Here in Clubhouse, we have with us Dr. Al-Haj, Dr. Hakim, Ustaz Daniel, Brother Sabata, Ustaz Tito, and Brother Lolaku. I want to say welcome to each and every one of you guys and to our listeners. I also want to give all my apologies for today. We're running a little late due to technical difficulties. So I want to give that apology. And as our brother Justice said, we want to give our condolences to the family of Peter Gawak for losing 2 members of the family. ربنا يقويكم وربنا يرحم على الصوت. I'll go ahead, Brother Mujasef. We're gonna go right ahead and start the show.
Yeah, you can go and you start from there. Well, also, I would like to welcome Brother Sabata because I didn't refresh my phone, but hopefully he's there also. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. So due to timing, we're just going to go right away and start the show. So I'm going to go ahead. Today's topic is the 1972. The Addis Ababa Agreement and Kokora, it's the way forward. Where do we go from here? The past 3 shows that we made about Kokora and the Addis Ababa Agreement, we spoke about those 2 topics. And today we're going to look at the way forward. We're going to speak of where we go from here. So the first speaker that I'm going to have to speak today is going to be Ustaz Daniel. Ustaz Daniel, I'll go right to you and give the mic to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pam and Mujasif and Sabata. And I also want to thank all the panelists that have been there all along. In addition to that, I also want to convey my condolences to the families of the deceased. And I pray that those who have passed on will find their place in paradise. The same thing with the rest of South Sudanese who have passed on that are not mentioned here. So we want to pray that they are in a better place. So as I had been in communication with you, Pam, that today actually I'm working. So, but I will do my best to run my discussion quickly so that if I have to go, I will go and then maybe rejoin you people later. So I hope I'm clear there.
Yeah, you're very clear. Thank you.
So let me start. So let me say this, that if people want to really hear about the decentralization and the Addis Ababa Agreement, they should actually go and listen to the first discussion that we had, the first one, whether on Facebook, YouTube, or in Clubhouse. That discussion, especially on my part, I had laid the reasons for the decentralization, locally known as Kokora in South Sudan. And I think at the same time, Sabata also made a very great case there. All the other brothers who are there, they did it from their point of view, and I also separation. Now, to start off today in our topic regarding the way forward, I want to refresh our memories quickly. And the first point I'm going to start with is that decentralization has been part and parcel of the natural development of the societies in southern Sudan. Now we call it South Sudan. It was one of the primary clauses of the Addis Ababa Agreement. And as we know, General Lago was forced to invoke decentralization, locally known as Kokora, because at that time, the JCE elite, the the Young Council elite at the time, and we need to be very careful. We don't need to generalize everyone really, but it's only this elite have been exercising their politics at that time, the politics of tribal domination in South Sudan. Therefore, it was really a natural process or a natural right for people to now opt for what is really best for them. And as you know, decentralization is a formal system of administration worldwide, and it's also a system of governance that at that time was invoked to address the feelings of marginalization and domination on the marginalized people, especially those in Equatoria and the other marginalized areas in South Sudan. Therefore, those tribal sentiments that were addressed at that time as a result of decentralization in South Sudan, these are the same wars that are now eating South Sudan in our time. Therefore, all I can say here is that if we really want to talk about decentralization and the Addis Ababa Agreement, we really need to look at it carefully and fairly. Because if we base our discussion on, let me start with the Addis Ababa Agreement. If we base our discussion on the criticism of the agreement in its entirety, then we may have missed the points. And we cannot also choose and select, we criticize the whole agreement and the process of decentralization, but then at the same time, we want to take the dividends from it. Therefore, we really don't need to blame the Arabs for the abrogation of the Addis Ababa Agreement. If there is any blame that can be put, it can actually be put on the Southern Front Party. At that time, that was representing the South Sudanese from within the Sudan, and especially Mr. Abel Aliar, because he was actually Nimeri's right-hand man at that time during the discussions of the Addis Ababa Agreement, and actually during his presidency as the president of the High Executive Council in South Sudan. Because he was a very ambitious person, he was actually a personal friend to Nimeri based on his book, the book that he wrote that many agreements. According to the information you can get from that, he was actually a personal friend to Nimeri. And therefore, because of that, he was able to inculcate, this Joint Council of Elders agenda and the elite. Because there are so many good people in that community. So they induced their politics of tribal domination in the politics of South Sudan. Therefore, Nimeri also took that advantage to divide and rule the South Sudanese people at that time. And that was evident in all the processes that led to the decentralization. So therefore, I'm just going quickly. The next point that I want to talk about is that if you want to really now talk about decentralization, we really need to look at it fairly. We need to look at it fairly. First, we need to look at the Addis Ababa Agreement. The reason we're discussing Addis Ababa Agreement because decentralization actually animated from there. And like I said, decentralization is actually a clause, a very important clause in that agreement. And actually, General Joseph Lagu and the Anyanya fighters signed the Addis Ababa Agreement because of that clause. Because they were not given any choice. Independence was rejected. Federalism was rejected. The only thing that was given to them is to negotiate the agreement within the framework of the United Sudan. Therefore, in order for us to fairly analyze the Addis Ababa Agreement of 1972, we really need to do the following. We need to look at the atmosphere in which the agreement was signed. And by that I mean, I mentioned earlier, General Lago didn't have any international allies. Number two, a pressure was exerted on him and on the leadership of Anyanya from those of Clement Boro, those of Abel Aliar actually, and Izgoni Mundiri, and many others. And the reason I'm calling this name because these are just historical facts. Before the Addis Ababa Agreement was negotiated in Addis Ababa, those people were sent by the government of Sudan to go and give pressure to the leadership of Anyanya to negotiate peace, and then also to actually leave the idea of independence. And then during the Addis Ababa Agreement, actually itself in Ethiopia, the negotiating team from the Anyanya one, from the South Sudan Liberation Movement, under the leadership of Lagu, came under tremendous pressure, really tremendous pressure from Haile Selassie, the Emperor of Ethiopia at the time, because at that time Eritrea was also fighting for independence from Ethiopia. Therefore, it was natural for Haile Selassie to pressure the Anyanya movement, now not to discuss or to negotiate for the independence of South Sudan, nor for federalism, but to negotiate for a local autonomous government in South Sudan. So therefore, we need to really look at the environment in which the negotiations take place. Secondly, we also need to look at the political maturity of Anyanya. At that time, Anyanya one, which is the South Sudan Liberation Movement under the leadership of Lagu, was actually emerging as a guerrilla movement and as a political party. So therefore, you can see that it wasn't fully mature, like all the other political parties that we see later on. And then the third point, also, we need to look at the international, and regional allies. The Anyanya at that time, they did not have those. And those were very important during negotiations and during the implementation of an agreement and the way forward. Therefore, this brings us to the point of decentralization. The same conditions apply. So if we want to really make a fair assessment of the decentralized system of governance in the Southern Sudan region, then also that system which was locally known as Kokora, then you also need to consider the following factors. Number one, its constitutionality. Was decentralization constitutional? Yes, it was, because it was a clause in the Addis Ababa Agreement. It was also included in the 1973 Constitution, the General Constitution of Sudan. So therefore, Lagu really didn't make anything. He just took some things from the law and he just invoked it. Maybe others did not like the way it was implemented, but at the end of the day, like I mentioned, if you are pushed to the wall, then you have no any other choice but other than to fight back. And Lagu was quoted in some of his informal discussions that if you push a cat to the wall, in the end of the day, they will have no choice other than just to fight. The same thing Abel Aliar was quoted in the previous years informally, when this politics of tribal dominance are being exercised in South Sudan, especially in Equatoria. He warned the same elite, the JC elite. He said, what? Don't look at the Equatorians like this. They may be quiet. You may feel like they are not really doing anything. They may not be fighting, but you will be surprised one day if they will raise up and rise up and fight back. And I think his analysis may probably come true one day. So therefore, we need to look at it. We also need to look at the merit. It was merited that as a last resort, decentralization has to happen. And then you also need to look at the circumstances surrounding it. We have talked about this a long time ago. I mean, in the first presentation, the atmosphere of, tribal domination and atmosphere of land grabbing in areas like Rajab, Kole, and Lurid, was evident. And we also saw the movement, the uncontrolled movement of cattle in Equatoria, and the subjugation of the people, the local population, to mistreatment from the law enforcement agencies, and so many others. We don't want to go back to that again. So therefore, this is just in brief about the Addis Ababa Agreement and the decentralization. Therefore, let me just go quickly to the way forward. First, I will start with South Sudan. What is the way forward for South Sudan? In order for people to go forward in South Sudan based on the current conditions, we really need to be honest to ourselves. As South Sudanese, we really need to be honest to ourselves first and foremost. Because if we are giving half truth, then we are not really solving the problem. That is number one. Number two, there needs to be a genuine and credible national dialogue. This national dialogue that was started in 2017, it was a good gesture from the president. First what he did is that he actually appointed those of Abel Aliar and Joseph Lago to be the co-chairs, if I'm not mistaken, of the national dialogue. And then he also invited Bishop Harry de Taban to be as the overall kind of advisor. And then, of course, Joseph Lago was chosen because of his experience in the Addis Ababa Agreement and in the governance of South Sudan. The same thing with Abel Aliar. But I think the rationale behind it is that, I think the president knew that maybe those are the people during their leadership of South Sudan in the regional autonomous government, most of the problems emanated from there. So maybe he thought that, if these people were able to talk in front of all South Sudanese, maybe it will set the tone for this peaceful and prosperous future South Sudan. But as most of you knew, General Joseph Lago declined, and Abel Aliar also just became the advisor. And then, of course, Angelo Beda was now the chairman of the National Dialogue, a national dialogue that discussed all of the grievances that were aired during the 1972 to 1982 era, in which the Addis Ababa Agreement was fairly implemented in a peaceful environment. And then it is the same period of time in which also decentralization happened. So a lot of things were discussed there, including the federal system of governance, decentralization. And I think that national dialogue, if it was given a fair representation and free discussion, and if all parties participated, all South Sudanese participated, and then if it is implemented, it would have actually paved the way for a peaceful and viable South Sudan. Up to now, nothing happened. Therefore, as you also know, that after the 2010 general elections in South Sudan, actually the current president of South Sudan appointed General Joseph Lago as the administrative advisor for the government of South Sudan, of Southern Sudan then. And you can see from this that this person was actually a prominent politician. For me personally, he would actually be considered as the father of South Sudan, because he's the one who actually introduced this idea of nationalization, nationalism in South Sudan. And during the Anyanya movement, he actually used this decentralized system to administer the Anyanya movement and the South Sudan Liberation Movement. Therefore, what he invoked in 1983 is nothing new, really. It's just a natural process, like I said. It is something that had been done before, and it's something that has been done now, and it's something that has worked. So now we are talking about the way forward for for South Sudan. And then the other thing that needs to be done is set important priorities. I'm not going to discuss these priorities in detail now, but at the right time, I will be able to do so. Another thing that needs to be done is to set up a transitional government, because we cannot keep extending transitional government after transitional government after transitional government after negotiating peace agreements and these peace agreements being like dishonored over and over again. So if at this time, if this current peace agreement, this current government of national unity would not fulfill its mandates, then actually South Sudanese need to set up a transitional government of national unity, a true transitional government of national unity for a period of time, let's say 2 or 3 years maximum, so that this is a bureaucratic government that will organize all the necessary processes that will lead to a general and fair election after the interim period. And therefore, we need to hold that credible and fair elections that will lead to a government of national unity if South Sudanese decided to discuss their issues in honesty and reach that they want to be living in one united country. Now, therefore, we also need to set term limit. And, actually, General Lago has mentioned that to the president, that in order for peace to prevail in South Sudan, a term limit needs to be set. And I think that is probably one of the reasons why he was sacked from his position, because he actually also invoked this idea of term limit for the presidency. Another thing that I will also suggest is that we need to institute a rotational type of presidency in South Sudan, or premiership. In that, I mean that if the president this time is from Equatoria, then the next term a president has to come from Upper Nile, and then after that term is over, then the next president has to come from Bahr al-Ghazal. In this way, people will have a fair representation and a fair regional representations. Of course, this is not going to be a random process, but people based on merits and credibility have to be selected for those positions based on those 3 regions of South Sudan. And in addition to that, we also need to be fair in all the processes. People need to agree on the system of governance and things like that. Now, for Equatoria, because this topic actually mostly concerns the people of Equatoria, I think the first thing that needs to be done is that Equatorians need to organize themselves really properly on the local level, on the level of counties, level of Payams, level of Bomas, and then on the state level, and then on the national level. That is very important. Then Equatorians really need to put their house in order, as I had always said. If there are little grievances between here and there, then this have to be ironed out, so that these divides of east, west versus center, and so on can be addressed once and for all, so that people move forward in unison. And then also the Equatorians need to put tremendous pressure on the current national government in South Sudan and the state's government to respect their wishes, really, because people are free to choose what they really need in terms of governance and in terms of how they want to utilize their lands and resources, and in terms of how they really want to live. And yeah, so this is I think it's a natural right for people really to do that. But if people are trying to really force people to live under one umbrella where certain people feel like they're third-class citizens, then of course, naturally, people will opt out for any type of decentralized system of governance. And then they also need to put a lot of pressure. This is Equatorians to reclaim their lands, their resources, their properties in the possessions of the current government of national unity, because the current government of national unity really didn't bring anything to the capital, Juba, especially to Equatoria. All these resources that are being used there, these are Equatorial resources. They haven't been any Any advice wasn't being sought from the Equatorial people. And like I said, after Kokora, people went their ways. Some of them went in anger, and some of them didn't like the process. So people came back, and just you will feel like it was just a counter reaction. So therefore, Equatorians need to really start working on obtaining this these properties and resources. And then Equatorians also need to organize an all-Equatorial convention or conference to put the framework of political work and then the long-term usage of resources and lands and things like that. And then they also need to discuss things like law and order in the area, system of governance, economic development, and any activities that are relating to security and law enforcement. And then they also need to discuss issues relating to health, education, food security, and so on, because we cannot really rely on food that will be brought from these neighboring countries like Uganda and Kenya, while we have a resourceful land, we have lots of rain. The only thing that is now like impeding progress and development in Equatoria is this lack of security in security situations, and most of the people have been forced to take refuge in the neighboring countries. And this movement and controlled movement of cattle throughout the region, and this has impacted the economic development in the region. And then Equatorians also need to set long-term goals for their region, whether these long-term goals, short-term goals, or medium-term goals is for their region or for South Sudan applied. And like I have always said, if there is peace and stability in Equatoria, this will translate into the other regions of South Sudan. And then anybody who really is being proven of being corrupt, whether this is in the national government, I think they should, or in Equatoria, I think they should be banned from holding any offices. Now, to conclude, I'm just going quickly because, like I said, I may be leaving shortly, but I will rejoin later on. So now, just in my concluding remarks, in order for us really to discuss this issue of decentralization, or Kokora, and I like the topic because it says remembering and in honor of Kokora or decentralization in South Sudan. If we really want to discuss this issue, we need to bring all the papers, put it on the table, and we need to look at it fairly, because some of us who are talking like this, we have seen the personalities who are during their term, these policies were implemented. People like Abel Aliad, we have heard them talking in Freedom Squares, people like Joseph Lago, and many others. So what I mean here is we actually need to put ourselves in space and time in which these things have happened. And like I said, we have seen most of those people, even those of President Nimeri and so on. And then in that way, we can be able to make a fair assessment of the Addis Ababa Agreement and the decentralized system of South Sudan. And today, like for us educators, if you really want to assess a student's work, you just don't look at the paper, the printed paper in front of you. You need to look at the conditions surrounding the student, the conditions in which he lives, the conditions in which he actually did the test. And you need to try to put yourself in that student's shoes. And in that way, you can be able to make a fair assessment. You can be able to give some marks for the efforts made. And this is how we are supposed to actually look at the Addis Ababa Agreement and at the decentralized system of governance in South Sudan during the period of 1972-1983. 1983. Therefore, if you look at the Addis Ababa Agreement, the talks were done in an environment which was to be described as really unfavorable for the South Sudan Liberation Movement, which is the Anyanya one. That is number one. Secondly, we also need to look at the opponents of the, before we look at the opponents, we need to look at why that decentralization was called for. It was called for those reasons that I mentioned earlier. You know, the environment wasn't ripe for unity of South Sudan at the time. There was rampant corruption. There was rampant hegemony of one tribe over everybody else. And then number three, also, Equatorians were not the only one actually who called for decentralization, Kokora. People, there were voices in Upper Nile, there were voices in Bahrain. The irony is that, you know, when Equatorians are calling for something like this, people now become angry as to why they are calling for it. But when Equatorians are being mistreated then, and like they are being mistreated now, then everybody is quiet. Now, to me, as a presenter, I look at it as a double standard. Therefore, we need to look at it fairly. And based on that, I would say the Addis Ababa Agreement was a fair agreement. It had set the base for a government in South Sudan. It has set a relative peace for that period of time. That's number two. And it has also made it possible for South Sudanese now to be educated so that they can launch the next phase of their struggle, which culminated in the SPLA. It is something that I hope we will talk about in the future in comparison to the Anyanya one. And then we also need, hopefully in the future, to discuss the way forward about the future of South Sudan. So therefore, for me personally, I think Addis Ababa agreement have succeeded. And actually, General Lago has to be given the credit for that, for bringing peace in South Sudan, because his people were dying. He was pushed against all the odds. And by the way, Lago, if he did not negotiate that agreement in Addis Ababa in good faith, he would have actually been arrested and taken into custody into Sudan. Even the way he came to Khartoum at that time, he wasn't given a chance to go and address his forces on the ground. He was asked to remove his uniform there in Addis Ababa because he was negotiating the agreement in his uniform. And the rest is history, as we saw, you know, instead of him governing the South Sudan now, you know, Abdullah was actually appointed by Nimeri to govern South Sudan. So therefore, for people who have been listening to Joseph Lago at the time, you will feel that he was an angry man. He used to call other people Mu'arasin, you know, that is by fact. We didn't know at that time who he was referring to because we were young, but that is what he was using. And he was a very popular leader. These things that nobody really would question. And up to now, in Juba, for those who went to Juba recently, you will find that there are 3 buildings. Makanda Kalbena Nyakura wa Coliseum da. Italaza mabane abeno hinak. واحد جوزيف لاغو واحد أبل اليا واحد دكتور واني إيجا حسب الكلام اللي أنا بيسمع هناك إني these houses were built as a reward for South Sudanese legislators, prominent South Sudanese legislators. And that is a recognition that really need to be credited, especially to Joseph Lago. And of course, like I said, always, you know, credit is given also to where it is due. Abel Aliar has also done his part, maybe to some extent. The same thing with James Wanahidi. So therefore, a decentralized system of governance was able to succeed at the time to bring those things that I mentioned, relative peace in South Sudan, to gave South Sudanese the opportunity to go to school and to prepare for the next phase of their struggle. And then, as we have mentioned earlier, decentralization is the system that was adopted by the SPLM movement, and it is the same thing, the same system of governance that has been adopted by the current government in South Sudan. The difference is that they didn't use it properly. Instead of using delegation of power, they're using, actually, instead of using devolution of power, where the powers will go from the center to the states and to the local governments, the same thing with the resources, but they're using delegation of power. And by that, the powers can be revoked anytime. Of course, the opponents of the Addis Ababa agreement did not like it because they feel that in the unity of South Sudan, one tribe will dominate. Because if the system of tribalism is used in South Sudan, then you will find that the dominant tribes will actually dominate the system in South Sudan. If systems like decentralization and federalism or confederation are used, then those powers will be removed from these major tribes. Therefore, if you look at it, this system of one united Sudan based on imposition of one group on others would never work in South Sudan. And it is only a matter of time that people will resort to a favorable system of decentralization that all the people of South Sudan will actually subscribe to. So that is it for now. I will stop here. I will just say that decentralization have stood the test of time in South Sudan, like the quest for the people of South Sudan for independence. So decentralization have stood the test of time, and it's also a system of administration that is known worldwide, a system that will actually take the administration to the provinces, like what happened during the time of Kokora, took it to Upper Nile, to Bahar Ghazal, to Equatoria, and it's the system of governance that's being used now that will take administration to all the states, counties, and the payams. The only difference now is that these powers have to be delegated. So therefore, for those who oppose decentralization, I feel your position, but in the end of the day, if you look at it actually carefully, decentralization is a system of governance that has stood the test of time in South Sudan. So thank you very much for listening. So if there are other opportunities later on, I'll be able to talk about the things that I have missed at this point in time. And if there are questions later on, I'll be more than willing to answer those questions. So thank you, and I wish the rest of my colleagues good presentations. For the listeners, thank you for listening attentively. And like I always say, when we are talking about these issues, we are not against anybody at all. We are not hating anybody as Equatorians and as individuals, but we are discussing the issues at face value, based on how people feel and based on the situation on the ground. So once again, thank you, Mujasif, and thank you, Pat.
Thank you, Daniel. We will love to have you later. Thank you for giving us your time. Hopefully when you join us later, then you'll get another chance to speak and answer questions. I'll go ahead and give the mic to Dr. Al-Hajj. Dr. Al-Hajj, today we're discussing the way forward from the two topics that we had in the past, 1972 and Kokora. So today's topic is we're focusing on the way forward. Where do we go from here? So I'll go ahead and give the mic to you, as well as there was a question that was raised in the past by Brother Lolaku. And that question was, do you think that South Sudanese as a whole, like all the 63 tribes, would we ever be able to work together united? And if so, how can we move forward? That's the question for you. The mic for you, Dr. Al-Hajj. Dr. Al-Hajj, your mic is closed if you're there. Okay, so I think Dr. Al-Hajj is not here right at the moment, so I'll go ahead and give the mic to Dr. Hakim. The mic is yours. Yeah, Dr. Hakim, I can hear you, but your voice is low.
Yeah, I guess hopefully something is going on.
We cannot hear him.
Yeah, no, I can hear you. Your voice is low.
Maybe pass it on then. Maybe you can get something else. Pass it on to Sabata if you can, and then I'll come back.
Yeah.
Okay. So Sabata, I guess we'll come to you. The mic is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Palm. Thank you, Brother Mojasi, for bringing up these nice discussions or topics. I want to thank all the audience who have come to participate by throwing some comments down there and by also being present. I also want to thank Daniel for the presentation. So, here. Based on what we had discussed a couple of weeks ago, the legacy of the 1972 agreement, and also the policy of the Kokora. How do we move forward? Brothers and sisters, fellow audience who are listening, when we discuss the legacy of the 1972 and the Kokora, something became very clear in my mind. And before I mention how we can move from here, when we discuss topic, something became very clear in my mind. Ana gata ana aina. Danin. Yani, there has been a degree of dissatisfaction coming in from within داخل المسلمين. All right? في داخل السودان حتى في السودان. يعني number one is there has been a round table in 1965 Algalia within are content somewhere. Once that 1965 was content, it has not been accepted. Color. Let me have numeric. Let me have numeric again. I'll put stuff. Yes. Another question of Jerry. And then there was an argument that was constructed. Signed.
Brother Sabata, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Like I think Mujase in the studio, they can hear you well. They said that your voice is low. So if you can raise your voice a little bit, that would be great.
Okay, let me take myself out of the headset. Can you people hear me properly?
That's great. Now it's okay. Thank you.
Very good. So what I was saying is, after we have had the discussion with these topics in the past, something came into my mind. What I saw was a dissatisfaction or discontent among South Sudanese. First, there was a round table with that 1965. Al Assassino, there is a degree of discontent and dissatisfaction with the terms were presented. It was not being agreed upon. Resistance continued. That was before Nimeri. And then when Nimeri came to 1969, then to 1971 to 1972, another table was prepared, the Addis Ababa, where an agreement was signed. It brought peace for only 11 years. Then there seemed to be another discontent from within, mashakil kida within Junub. Dali halas, okay, kede hilube Kokora. Hilube Kokora, lakin lisa kaano fi discontent, but she and SPLM big Gaba, and then Nimeri said, no, I have to have control of the security. Kokora Shaluba. And then fighting continued. Lahadi 2011, another table, but here people agreed in a referendum in which there was a vote to determine future with Junubin. Junubin voted for separation. After they voted for separation, Hala became worse. UN has to be inside there. Chapter 7 gets to be implemented. There are a number of POCs, insecurity to the peak, hunger to the peak. The entire state almost collapsed. Who collapsed? That West Padulubiga Bamulo announcement. Something popped into my mind. What is happening? Why is it that it has become to a point where but my independence amal nefsu, Junubin has become problematic not only to the region, the region becomes, and they have become, peace has been shaken not only to those local regions, like even to the international community, because we are living in a global system. So I don't know. You don't know exactly where this thing is coming from. Fakatani ana amalta my own research to see exactly the people that ana anehna. Rakabuna ke. Ana jib likit aywa. Fela. Ingilizin live siyasat town. Rakabuna anehna kabail bitat Kotoria, kabail bitat Aman, kabail bitat Bahar al-Ghazal, kutunna together, under a political arrangement. Hal. Anna nigitu, mabatna. Are we harmonizing from the time together? Have we been integrating naturally, intermarrying, tamam and kida? We are doing business together. Peacefully we are coexisting. Has there been that condition since that time? The Hati Hasa? No, never been. Instead, things are becoming worse and worse and worse. Alas, I personally been a guy and I put a lot. Situation bitana thereby is no adil, a form of trusteeship. A form of trusteeship means organization there with the United Nations. Left. Because this South Sudan, if it is going to be served, or rather if it's going to be saved, South Sudan then needs a lot of work. Bazu Talim, Tamaman, Bazu building without Jesh, military institutions are, so that once the military institution gets formed very well, about that the civil administration is sit on top of the military, such that so that can be differences in a siyasin ma display politics, yani ma be stuck demo twice ka instrument to rally their tribes behind them. Because hala alanna foko hasa, we cannot run a republic. Yani haja alana jibta hasa, ana tabana haja alana jibta hasa is tertib bitana anehna ka mujmu bitat shab bitat South Sudanese. We are clusters of tribes put together, and we have been like that all along. And now, being asked to administer ourselves and provide governance and service to ourselves, the structure with what is called a republic is totally new, and people do not have what is called the loyalty to it. We continue to hold ourselves to these groupings with that Gabai. And in order for us to move away, al-unique, عشان انت ذاته بعد ترجع run إدارة بتاعته structure بتاع حاجة اللي بيشوفوا قال this is the republic. بيت بتشوف مثلا countries the Kenya, wala countries the Uganda. Human bar being num gabail zed dana, ita countries Uganda, ita countries Kole Pitnak, Patoro Pitnak, Waganda Pitnak, Asakoli Pitnak, no, Mali, Kukuki Kugerere. You know, num gabail. Talo mancheti Kenya hata bilikuwa na Wakamba na Kikuyu. Lakini ita kangani pelika aljamadi gigeni mo, human magi geni, human magi yani mon magi practice hajata lukon gamon da kele kita fasi Sudani na deal gamra mon conference ala tribes Jamadola it seems as though they moved away from that because based on Tali and based on the structure because of the republic, they are now because the structure of the republic, the structure by which you are formed, educates you into that system because that structure works within a system, provides service, provides governance, and provides service to you through a particular system. And you become loyal to that system. You become faithful to that system. You will move away from your group institutions with Al-Gabail. Al-Gabail, they can tell you some domestic focus. It becomes simple, something as symbolic. You only come and do some traditional dances here and there, but the fact that you are grouped into tribes does not become a factor. I'll be determined even idarat bisa masjid. فعشان ذاته أنا جنوبيين بنطلع برا من حضارة ده الجيتو كنا نكون متمسكين على قبائل بتاعنا ده. We need a completely different force أكبر من force على أننا فوق حسب to come and get us out of there because we are all in a deep hole, kufra. We cannot help ourselves. We need a complete different force like the United Nations come in with its own program to build the military, to start building our educational systems, to start building some infrastructure, you see, to start putting together a form of a republic, and so that then when that republic runs for a period of time under strict supervision with Jamadel, yalla badak when we are now getting used to that, it is culturally reorienting us, then they will move out slowly, leaving us functioning in a new culture altogether. Because right now we are stuck in the old culture and we are steering ourselves in it. So by saying that, then what do I prescribe for way forward? What I prescribe for way forward is this, that while the current resistance al people to disrupt the current system al march to mature, which is okay. Let whatever is going, let it continue. Lakin, we, especially those who are in diaspora, must understand al assassino. We better do some lobbying to the international communities. Al assassino, we cannot get away from where we are by ourselves. We need a form of trusteeship program. So that then the chapter 7, which is now working with the Sudan, will be modified. Will either be modified or a complete new chapter that is akin or similar in character to trusteeship, because trusteeship has been stopped since 1994 or 1996, somewhere there. But then let the United Nations, when we lobby, we especially the international, when we in the diaspora, if we work together, organizations in US, in Canada, in Australia, okay, are working with one voice, and we are people who know what we want. And we lobby so much, be it the Department of State America, be it government UK, be it the United Nations, the national demonstration, the youth demonstration, but the call should be, oh, we have already lifted our hands up, we have surrendered, we need UN to come in. This is too much. We can't do it by ourselves. Let us be honest. Would they honor the respect? Let us be honest with ourselves. We cannot continue to insist, Al Assassin, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. When the evidences are very clear, we cannot. So to be honest by ourselves means we will say we need United Nations to take care. We already need caretakers. So UN comes in. So we have to lobby for that. So that means then when we come together, be it organizations that are UN, be it advocacies that are in diaspora, they should lobby for the same voice. Al Assassino, that country, the state is failing, and we need prestigious program. We need UN to intervene. And when we say that, please, we do not need oppositions coming in saying, why are you people saying this? Why do you want to get the government handed over to UN? Well, what can you do? Alindo Bua Kerero with the changes. Let us all work to bring the changes in our own ways. But the main way, Lenas Alti Diaspora, Hasade, let them put their voices together, lobby United Nations for a form of trusteeship and have that government be taken over by the United Nations for a new political dispensation to be placed forward. This is for a new way forward. Now, there are Brother Daniel concluded this with an advice to Equatorians. I also want to conclude by giving similar advice to Brother Daniel. To the Equatorians, we need a better structure to serve ourselves as Equatorians than just clusters of tribes. And the structure that we will be putting ourselves in will fulfill the call al Brother Dr. Hakim Dario Guliani. Let us begin a state formation process. Because we cannot continue to be Equatorians only clusters of tribes and we expect Al Assassino this is good enough. No, any political science, theories of political science, there is no structure on earth. Al best as again clusters of tribes, Yana disturb themselves better and will be in solidarity. It doesn't work like that. You have to structure yourselves furthermore better. You have to have and that is why they work for sometimes council, parliamentarians, to create what is called the shape of the state, your decision makers, who would be representing you all. There will be some administrative units or associations that are the engineers, and by this, once you start and you will develop the systems of services through this kind of structure. Your tribes will be there, yes. Let it be symbolic, but you cannot live as Equatorians within this cluster of tribes, and you think that's good enough. That is not good enough. It is just a matter of time. As time go by, Kasatan under this kind of regime, Al-Baghdad use one tribe against the other. It will just be a matter of time. All of these tribes that are Equatorial will all be kind of plugged against each other. And you'll come to realize you will not even hold as time go by. So in conclusion, what I would say is this. Based on the two topics, or rather, the four, today, this one is the fourth. I think based on the three that we have already discussed, I have come with a very clear image. Al Assassino, South Sudanese have become ungovernable by the Northerners. They have become ungovernable by their own self. And now it is time to try the UN, to be honest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Abata, for your input. I also want to let the audience know that we have the hand raising button off right now for one all our guest speakers speak, we will open the hand raising button for you guys to come up. And if you have question or comment, then you will come up and give it. Dr. Al-Hajj, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure you're there. So I'm gonna go ahead and give the mic to you after Brother Sabata. So today's topic, we're speaking on the way forward. So where do we go from here? After we spoke about the legacy of 1972 and Kokora, now we have referendum, we have the referendum and then the independence of South Sudan, all that. Where do we go from here? You know, what's the way forward, basically. So I'm gonna give you the mic. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to start by giving condolences to the families of Garkoth and Adong, the two personalities who died, one in Egypt and the other in United Arab Emirates. May their soul rest in peace. Secondly, I would like to greet all the panelists and the members of the room down there. We have been discussing these topics, and I think they've been enlightening, and I'm pleased to be part of it. Okay, the way forward. Kokora was decentralization in June 83, and as it was decreed by Nimeri, it brought a lot of benefits. And I just wish to emphasize that in the previous discussions, we are all agreed that there were benefits. And so the decentralization in context of what was taking place was acceptable because it relieved people from sufferings, but unfortunately it was short-lived. It was short-lived, but also it was undermined by the authorities in Khartoum. But even then, with the undermining of finances and lack of power and so on, people were much, much more happier. So at the local level, it served the purpose, and that was good. And anybody who is human enough and understands that people want to be happy cannot disagree with that. But the fact that it was cut short, I think Equatorians let themselves down, because when they achieved decentralization, there were a lot of discussions with varied views. Other people wanted Equatorians to begin organizing themselves militarily, using the police, using the prisons, using the game reserve people, so that when SPLM would come into Equatoria from Upper Nile, they would then defend themselves. But they didn't do that. So basically, Equatorians let themselves down. But that was something in history. There are people who tried to do something. Among them was late Peter Sule, and some of our brothers who are in Canada. One of them was a personal friend of mine who died in Winnipeg, Mario Lolos, who finished from Makerere University. They tried to go and form a nucleus, but then the Equatorian leaders and the PPP and SAPCO all ignored them, paid more attention. And so they had to run for their life to Congo, and from Congo they were taken to Canada. I think those are people who can be asked to tell about that story. So Equatorians found themselves in a difficult situation. And there is no doubt that SPLM was formed specifically to destroy the decentralization movement. Again, I would like to refer you to John Garang's book, The Call for Democracy in Sudan, edited and introduced by Mansour Khan. Here's what Garang said. It was very clear. It doesn't need any argument. Said, how did the movement start? Dr. John Garang, in his March appeal, outlined the history of the SPLM and immediate factors that triggered off the rebellion. These were the dismantling of Addis Ababa Agreement by Nimeri, single-handedly, dissolution of the regional government and assembly in 1980 and 1981 and 83, changing the boundaries of Southern Sudan, division of the South into 3 regions, and finally, in between brackets, the last straw, the decision to transfer to Khartoum Southern soldiers, in between brackets, old Anyanya, who were absorbed into the National Army after the Addis Ababa Agreement, and according to its agreed terms, Nimeri, rather than allowing the process of military integration to continue, aborted it and ended by blooding his nose. So here, nobody can deny SPLM's May was one of the 3 factors that gave life to SPLA. So SPLA then slowly by slowly they came into Kokora, took places. The government was not able to stand against the force because they were helped by Addis Ababa, and the rest is history. So there is decentralization. Now, from 1986, although still Juba as a garrison was strong, existing, decentralization of the South was being challenged piecemeal by SPLA encroaching into areas, taking over areas, and so it broke down the administration. So from 86 until 2014, 86 to 2014, you are talking of almost 18 years. No, almost 18 years. Yeah, almost 18 years. There was no decentralization in the South. It was only something you read on pen and paper. It was theoretical. It was never practical. So the jungle rule that continued in South Sudan under the Addis Ababa Agreement was replaced by SPLA. And if you look carefully, I don't think there is enough time for me to go into details, you will see that the building up of SPLA from day one was tribal in nature. All the command and everything was tribal in nature. And they instituted a law which says anybody who wants to join the SPLA only joins as an individual. But then, if you join as an individual, you cannot speak on behalf of your people. So you are being empowered from the word go, disempowered from the word go. Whereas they come in, for them, they come in groups, there's no problem. It's only the Nuer who resisted, and they kept coming in groups with their officers that enabled them to be in the system and has enabled them, although they have faced genocide, they are able yet to survive because they work in groups. Whereas for Equatorians, because they were broken down as individuals, it didn't matter. So I leave the centralization there. I come to now under SPLM, SPLM. The conditions that created Kokora are the conditions that are creating sentiments for separation, are the conditions that are making some movements go to the bush to fight. But for me, the argument should be not decentralization anymore. We should go to something bigger than decentralization. We want proper federalism, or in the worst case scenario, people can call for confederation. But how do we get that? Because it's pointless to talk of something that you can't implement or you can't achieve. Equatorians must learn from the mistakes that happened. Roundtable Conference, Addis Ababa Agreement, and what happened during the SPLA period. The Roundtable Conference, one of the biggest disadvantages of South Sudanese was that they went into the conference divided. And I'll just touch the division, I'll not go into any details. After William then broke SANU into two, which set the precedent of South Sudanese politics. Up to now, we can see some parties say, some are inside, some are outside, some are inside, some are outside. It was all set by President, laid down by William Deng when he came inside and declared SANU as SANU from within, with objectives for federalism, whereas SANU outside was for separation. And also Southern Front was for separation. So these groups went to the talks divided, and no wonder the talks ended without any way forward. Again, Addis Ababa Agreement had the same factor. Southern Sudanese went into Addis Ababa Agreement divided. Again, and all these Equatorians lost us. So if we are to learn from our history, we must understand that unity is paramount if we are to succeed in anything. And SPLA actually to a certain extent proved this, because they played policy of bringing everybody under SPLA and everybody spoke with one voice, such that in 2004, 2002, 2003, and then 2004, when it was agreed only to be signed 3 weeks into 2005, all Southerners, the majority of Southerners worked together united. Also, the negotiators in Naivasha, in Nakuru first, were being pressed hard. The diaspora was feeding them with information about what to do and what to claim for. And the issue of self-determination was at first refused completely. But the diaspora stood, supported SPLA in those talks, and what happened was we managed to come with an agreement which allowed us to have a referendum, and that gave us an independent South Sudan. That I would not be apologetic for anybody. I think achieving independence is, we have achieved one of those huge milestones. The question now is, how have you managed our independent nation? course, as I said, these are the people who ruled during Addis Ababa Agreement. They went to the bush, dismantled the decentralization, and they came and worked, and we are now in independent South Sudan. So we need a solution, as I said, that lies around federalism or confederation. And this can be achieved only by us working together, united, regardless of. If we can identify our common interest, what all of us want, at this particular time, I think for me, it would be to bring the system in Juba down. That to me is the number one objective. All of us should be able to see that, because it's that system in Juba that is mistreating all of us. So if all of us unite and take that system down, then we can now, in the process, we can talk about a new constitution making and how a new South Sudan can be configurated and built. South Sudanese have the ability and have the capacity to manage and rule themselves. I do not believe one bit that South Sudanese are not able to rule themselves. People are confused because they have not seen any other people ruling other than the Jeng. And of course, the Jeng are doing what they want. And you have to understand the culture of the people. As I said many times, part of Jeng culture has a lot of things that even in the Sudan used to be criminal. If you go and steal cattle, the police will go and arrange and will do something about it. If you kill people because you are stealing from them, police will do something. But in the mind of Jeng, this is normal for them. You can go kill people, do what? And then they have a state. They are in control of the state machinery. Of course, it's obvious. You can expect chaos, nothing else. And this, so since 1983 to now. Can that be blamed on all South Sudanese? Really? If this state was given to somebody else, apart from these people, don't you think we could have proven to the world that we could manage ourselves? It's all in the psyche. If you put somebody who's mentally ill to manage an organization, of course, what you expect is that the outcome would be of madness. Now we have put people in power who do not respect the state. Because if they respect the state, they will know that the constitution needs to be honored. They will know that law and order must be kept to the maximum. They will know that there will be merits in employment of civil service. Not you bring somebody from Mora naked and you put him on in a constitutional place. Okay? South Sudan, the way it is not governed as a state. South Sudan is governed with Jeng psyche. Jeng tribal psyche that does not respect the state, that does not know constitution, and all of you know it. See how people get killed. How then can one people who have governed and created chaos be the yardstick for us to say we South Sudanese cannot govern? I don't think rationality doesn't accept that, because I know very well if I was the president or if I was with any other person in a government in South Sudan who's a non-Jeng, that country would look exactly like where we stay in peace in many places. And as I said earlier, look, a state can be destroyed by 2 or 3 single people. If you put any of these Western countries under somebody who doesn't have mind, they can create chaos. You know, I haven't been to America during Trump's time, but the papers here were saying that he was running riots. I don't know. People in America might not know. But the example that I want to say is, if you put somebody
who has no culture and values and understand what a government is, you are inviting chaos. And this is the situation we have. And so we cannot now talk and say we cannot govern ourselves. I think that is wrong. I think that is disempowering. I think that is self-hate. I think that is lack of recognizing that there is resources within the community and within South Sudanese. You know, and we ought to be mindful in making judgments because I do not believe one bit that South Sudan as it is, put under a different hand, within 1 month, 2 months, it will completely look different. And this is what we should be fighting for. But to create confidence and build confidence in everybody, we need to have federalism, real federalism, not the federalism that they talk about. Real federalism, just along the lines of either those in Switzerland or even the ones in the United States, with governing and with self-governing governors and all that. You know, that will be a solution that can begin to bring South Sudan together. Otherwise, just I was listening to the previous speaker suggesting trusteeship. Okay, trusteeship is a concept that was used specifically during the colonial period, and it is still lying somewhere. But trusteeship is not anything that can solve the problem of South Sudan. We have become an independent people. We should be able to keep our independence by removing the government in Juba and replacing it with ourselves. But not suggesting that this country, which we have got independence for, we now hand it to the United Nations. And I tell you what, in trusteeship, the country is handed to United Nations. United Nations then will decide which country can govern it. You know, so it's not only handing it to United Nations, but United Nations will hand it to another government to govern it. Obviously, this will be giving the resources of South Sudan to that country, and even then to start a new fight for independence. And I'll give you a good example. Namibia was made a trusteeship to the UN when it was called Southwest Africa, following the genocide that was committed on the Nama people by the Germans, because that was a German colony. So United Nations took Namibia and handed it to South Africa as a trusteeship to manage it on behalf of UN. Now, the bitterness of trusteeship comes here. South Africa was taking all the resources of Namibia and governing Namibia as a colony. Okay? Namibia had to start fighting South Africa again when Sam Nujoma was helped by Angola and formed the Southwest African Revolution Movement that then fought South Africa until 1989, when it was now agreed that it be handed back to the people of Namibia under Nujoma. Is that what we want to go through? Is this anybody talking about trusteeship really serious about what they are suggesting? Do we have to hand our hard-earned independence to another country and so UN could actually even hand South Sudan to Sudan or Uganda or Kenya, and we would have no way. I think we should be very careful when we make
I think this needs to be corrected. There is it's nothing called UN handing a country to another country in under program of trusteeship. No, UN in itself is a bunch of countries. So when UN is taking authority of another country that has failed, it is a collection of countries setting up an administration. It is not handing a country over to another country. That is not accurate. Thank you.
Well, I'll not argue with that, but I ask you to go to the case of Namibia specifically and go and answer that. And after all, UN is nothing. UN is just a non-governmental organization formed by member states joining it. Any country that is powerful can throw away UN things. Do the Western countries or Russia listen to UN? UN is nothing. Let's be realistic, because there is real politics here. It's not just a matter of talking. We cannot hand our independence to UN and then fight for it again. I think that would be irresponsible, and it's not the way forward. So, in a nutshell, the solution is in our hands. We can get what we want if we want. Care and the system in Juba is not bigger than the total sum of all of us, the 62 tribes. I will not go deeper than that. Think about it, and we can actually organize ourselves in such a way that that system can be brought down, and we can keep our independence, and we can restructure our country in the way that we want. Okay? So, anybody also talking about trusteeship, once you have handed the country over, any of these powerful countries could have an influence. And given a country with huge resources like ourselves, I don't have to repeat that. There are many studies that have shown that South Sudan is actually could be the richest country in Central Africa, with trillions of resources. You hand it over as a trusteeship, believe you me, you will not get anything. You will remain oppressed, you will remain colonized, because if the Jenku are completely lacking in governance ideologies and governance practice, can keep us for 39 years, now you think of a country that then takes over South Sudan as a trusteeship and well organized, how many years will it take us to free ourselves? So these are not just simple things. People need to be serious about what they propose, because at the end, if that should happen, people will not have a way out, and then the cries will be without end. Again, we need to understand this current global ideology. Will it help countries that are taken over as trusteeship? I don't think so. What we have now that has been ruling the world for the last 30 years is we have a neoliberal agenda, a neoliberal ideology, whose main objective is profits for companies, corporations, and businesses, functioning of markets, and fragmentation of communities, deregulation. Deregulation is breaking down laws which actually protect. And what's happening in South Sudan now, it is because when the welfarist ideology that was put after the Second World War came to an end and got replaced by neoliberalism, what happened is now countries will just look at us, even if we are looted, even if we are done what, they don't care. If this was under the old system, something would have been done to hold Kir and Riyad accountable. Can you imagine somebody committing genocide and not being held accountable? Just like the lot in Juba now. This is because of the current ideology. So these things have got, if we are going to look at how trusteeship is going to work, we are not going to look at it individually. We are going to have to look at it in a network and the ideologies that runs that network. So let me not take much time because many other speakers are there. What I would suggest strongly is we need to come together, all right, as true patriots, and we need to shelve some of our selfishness, put our hands together, remove that system, get a new government that will implement federalism in its true meaning and dismantle all the other things that has been in the old system, and hopefully, not only hopefully, but I believe it will be something that will provide South Sudanese with at last being in a state whereby they are happy to do what they want to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Al-Haj. Brother Mujassif, do you have any interjection or comment before we move to the next speaker?
Yeah, I think it is better let them finish all. We had some questions to be debated really, because the way forward, where we see, it seems some of the speakers, they have a strong points to show up. And also there is some argument here and there. So it's better, let's Dr. Hakim finish, and I think Tito, and then we can come for the really strong questions that we see that is important to to raise up, and also to look the way forward also for the civil society, and also the way forward for all the oppositions, those who are hanging around, those who are for example of Soma, and also the civil society, those who are also behind, like those of Rajab, and also the youth. All those kind of things, I think for us is very important to touch those areas, and then the questions will be later on this discussion. And I think this is our really main, that where are you going from here? It's not just a matter of talking the issue without putting in practice. This is what we'd like to go more deep later on through the question that we are going to raise, Pam. And this is what I would like to say, but hopefully I would like the speakers up there, if they can do so, it will be good for us here in the studio, because we don't really hear them very, very good sometimes.
Okay, thank you, Brother Mujassif. So I will have Tito speak after Tito. I will have Dr. Hakim to go after Tito, and then Lola.
It was meant to be me, because I was.
Okay, you can go ahead, Dr. Hakim. If your mic, if you're ready now, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Pam. Thanks to all the panelists and the interjections, the presentations, which are very lively. And I also want to welcome the viewers, the listeners, those who have joined us here. And also, of course, I won't forget to pass my condolences to the families of those we have lost. May God rest their souls in peace. I hope my voice is okay.
Wonderful.
Brother Mujassif, can you hear clearly?
It's wonderful. It's very good. Just keep like that, Dr. Hakim. It will be good for us here in the studio. Thank you.
Yeah, it's clear for us as well. Thank you.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So I think first I want to go back to just a quick recap on lessons learned from the Kokora. And what comes to my mind is that, yes, the Addis Ababa agreement brought a semblance of peace. It wasn't the perfect agreement. It wasn't the perfect agreement in the sense that it did not achieve all the aspirations for which the Anyanya fought. Nonetheless, it brought a respite, a hudna zema bigulua, in the hope that will offer opportunities for people to have rest and then to re-strategize. But then we failed the test of building a cohesive, self-governance system that would keep South Sudanese united and prepare them for the next stage. So Kokora was only a rude awakening, really, that we have not really paid attention. We have not paid attention to uniting our people, that we had this opportunity on our plate, and then we are not doing everything in our best interest to ensure that our people remain cohesive and that we maintained the spirit of solidarity that prevailed during the Anyanya struggle. And so it was only right that the people of Equatoria, and I want to underscore here, the people of Equatoria who backed this agenda to bring decentralization in 1982 was legitimate because, as I argued before, the leaders at the time, even those who called for unity, didn't show the example, did not provide the example to our people that they really meant unity, in practice. And I think many people here argued that the practices that people in South Sudan witnessed did not really help to, make us become more cohesive. We became fragmented, and therefore there was need for us to take a break and say, look, let's govern ourselves at an arm's length, and then maybe that way we'll reduce the friction. We'll concentrate on building the institutions that we need to focus our minds on, so that our people can enjoy the dividends. So I want to say that Kokora was the right thing to do. It was a rude awakening, and it became a watershed in our history, and it triggered many things. It became a catalyst. Had it not, taken place, maybe SPLM itself would have not emerged at all, and perhaps would have taken a different trajectory. So I'll just stop there for for the remarks on Kokora. But I wanted to say that as a people, Equatorians were united. They together stood for what they called for, and that was very important. And they did it through peaceful means. And this is really a very important lesson, that when a people come together, and when a people decide to do something, the people will always emerge to be the victors. And that's an important lesson for Equatorians. The fact that they succeeded to bring about Kokora, even in the circumstances that prevailed at the time, in the sense of the geopolitics, the power games that were taking place and all of that, they were successful. So they played within the constraints that prevailed at that time to achieve Kokora, which was a good thing, although people misunderstood it. There was no reason why people should misunderstand it. In hindsight, you now see that, with the benefit of hindsight, you now see that after the 1983 or 82 Kokora, even Sudan was later further divided into 10 states. And then soon later, we saw the 32 states Kokora, and then going back to the 10 states Kokora again. So it's a good thing. It's an attempt to address the issues of governance that we faced as a people. And I think, as many speakers have also stated it, and I agree with them, that what we are facing today is a repeat of the history of the 1982. And that also means that Equatorians then have to revisit the lessons, revisit the actions, revisit the strategies that they deployed at that time to ensure that there was a way out of the domination, the hegemonic, struggles, and so on. And they devised the mechanism that suited that time for them to then emerge out as a region in their own right. And Equatoria always, even the way how it emerged, it was always managed as one region, as a province, later on as a region, and so on. So these other subdivisions later on into subnational entities these were recent developments, but historically Equatoria remained and developed as one region and as one people. And that's why we now, in this current generation, there is this sense of belonging to a social group identity, which is Equatorians. And also, if you compare the social group identity as Equatorian by comparison to a South Sudanese identity, we are struggling with the agenda of the South Sudanese nationality, nationhood, so to speak, because we all know that many communities really have very little faith in anything called South Sudan other than for symbolic purposes, because their loyalty is first and foremost to the tribe, to the community. And we've seen the practices that brought about Kokora, the practices that now prevail in South Sudan, looting of the state, looting of the resources, and the failure of the state. So that brings me to the point that South Sudan has, for all intents and purposes, it's no longer a functional, state, and we have failed to, to govern ourselves.
Of all of these challenges that have not been remedied so far. So what do we then do going forward? I want to look at it from the angle of Equatorians and also from the angle of South Sudan and South Sudanese in general. And I think it is very important for Equatorians to recognize that today, in these present circumstances, where the state is under is hijacked by hegemonic elites, the consequence of this has been that Equatoria is no longer free. People are no longer free in Equatoria. We do not want to recount, for example, how many Equatorians are refugees today. They form the largest exodus of refugees in Africa since the Rwandan genocide in 1994. They are without political power. Their homes are violated. The women are, subjected to rape. There is no rule of law in Equatoria, and most of our people in central Equatoria, western Equatoria, and also in eastern Equatoria, are subjected to horrendous human rights abuses at the hands of the people.
And to be the same people, the same nation, one nation, right? So because there is no solidarity, there's no sense of being one nation. That's why there's killing at will, there's looting, there's no regard for the needs of others, and so on and so forth. And that brings Equatoria to become a hostage to this system that has failed. Equatorians are no longer able to focus and concentrate on developing their society, developing their people, and so on and so forth. And that deprives them, of exercising political power, even after they have voted for South Sudan to become an independent country, like all other South Sudanese who voted to give promise, to realize this promise of a new state and a new nation emerging after decades of wars, exploitation, repression that we haven't taken a dim about, we haven't learned a lesson about. So and because of this, the fact that Equatoria is a little bit more cohesive in the sense that they have a social group sense of identity, relatively by comparison, for example, to other regions of South Sudan, Equatorians should save themselves. More or less, people recognize now that because of the genocide, because of crimes committed, right, and facing this existential threat means that you have to do something about preserving your existence and preserving the existence of your posterity, of future generations of Equatorians. If that means that you have to do something about it within what is recognized internationally and understood to be the rights of a people. Equatorians are a people, and they have rights that belong to them, rights to economic, social, cultural, political rights. They have a right to self-determination as a people. That is, if they consider themselves to be one people. They can build their case before the international community and before themselves and even before the people of South Sudan, that we cannot continue to be a chaotic nation, that we fight each other, kill each other, and just continue as business as usual, right? Equatorians have to think outside of the box and begin to redraw the parameters of peaceful coexistence. Equatorians do not hate any people. We just want to live in peace, and we want to be allowed to develop our society and to live in peace. We don't go into wars with other people, and we should not entertain the idea of this state that is, is standing at the expense of the people of Equatoria. We do not exercise political power today, but political power in South Sudan is exercised by hegemonic elites, and the system is skewed towards supporting, a system based on agreements, and largely agreements between the Dinka and the Nuer. And today, they are the vast majority of the people who exercise political power in South Sudan. And the world takes no notice. They don't care. The world doesn't care, right? They can impose any agreement, and that's as good as it can be for yourselves to live under such an agreement without you enjoying your rights, and with a constitution that is not even, that is not constituted by yourselves as a people, and so on. So for all of these considerations, Equatorians need to assert themselves as a people, not against anybody, but for their own existence, for their own livelihood, for their own future, the future of their generations, of the younger generations. Equatorians deserve to exercise political power, to govern themselves, and to decide how they want to govern themselves, how they want to coexist with others, right? If the project of the state has failed, we have to look at what are the options that are available to us as Equatorians to address this malaise, this failure in having a state that is inclusive, that is cohesive, that can maintain and preserve the rights of all of its people. And you either have to make a choice of waiting for years for this to happen, or you simply exercise your right. Because we've got to learn to exercise our rights. By exercising your rights, or calling and demanding for your rights, will perhaps teach other peoples as well that they should remember that they also have rights, and Equatorians have rights. And those are some of the things that are very, very crucial and important to the people of Equatoria in my assessment, and that's why when we say and talk about the lessons of the Kokora, is that Equatorians were able to organize themselves and bring about change. Maybe they looked at a tactical solution. They also did not have the resources, maybe, to organize themselves even better and to sustain that organization into the future, so that even when agreements come and go, they would have been able to articulate a position that would preserve and protect their interests. But the problem was also that there was change in Sudan. Governments changed. Bashir came, and before that, there was Dahab, and so on and so forth. And Equatorians did not have, politicians did not have the resources to be independent of the North at that time. I remember those of Lawia, Peter Shirillo, PPP, and all of this. They were aligning themselves either with NIF, National Islamic Front, or with the Ummah Party, right? So they were not actually independent. And so they were subject to undue influences by the existing powers in Sudan at the time. And so what I can say is that as the way forward, it is very, very important and fundamental for a people as Equatorians to show the way, to show leadership, the fact that, yes, you are driven into refuge, you are facing an existential threat, your lands are abused, grabbed, and so on. And if you take on top of that, for example, research that has gone on about the agenda of the Jeng state formation, which is well elaborated by Carol Berger, supported by evidence, and so on. So that means we're in for a very, very long haul. And that means also you have to now to take a more strategic view of how you want to address this situation in our country, how we want to address this situation in our country as Equatorians. Even, for example, if you take like say, for example, you say, let's form this political organization, political party to vote for our rights and so on and so forth. Nobody would listen because these political parties would soon, sorry about it. Let me just stop this. I'm sorry about it. I'll quote. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's fine.
Yeah. So, and I was just saying really that we need a more strategic view on the current situation. And I know and I understand that, you can form a political organization, for example, to vote for your views, to try to rally the support behind it and so on. And sometimes you would probably also end up becoming much more of subjected to pressure. And then you end up also, being coerced into signing agreements or participating in power sharing and things like that. So at the expense of your people, because you won't achieve what the people really want. So my approach, my model, my learnings so far, and not only me, many Equatorians that we agree with, think that our approach has got to be a people-driven approach, a people-based approach, that the vast majority of Equatorians have to participate in this process so that we can have the voice of the people of Equatoria as a legitimate force to reckon with. Because when you speak as a people, no one can, dispute that. Even the people of Upper Nile, the people of Bahr Ghazal will also begin to note that the people of Equatoria are speaking. And it is not Hakim, it is not Mujazib, it's not Pam, but it's the people of Equatoria are speaking. And they have a vision for how they want to govern themselves, how they want to coexist with others, and that is their right. Because we are in a country that has failed totally. It has failed. What are the pressures and the mechanism that we can use to, exit this failed state? And for all intents and purposes, yes, we voted for independence because we value our independence. But what's also very important is that we value our freedom to live in peace and to develop and to progress and to catch up with the rest of the world. So for these considerations, strategic, approaches are now required by Equatorians first to organize themselves as a people and to envision how they want in the future to live with themselves and with others. And this is where, for example, we articulated, and here I want to refer to the model that the EPA, Equatorial People's Alliance, many of you may not know about it, and it will probably take some time to go through that, but I won't go into the details, but I'm saying, for example, many Equatorians in diaspora came together. They looked at objectively at the the prevailing circumstances in our country, and considered options of how we can go about these issues. And so Equatorians, came up with Equatorial People's Declaration and Charter of Rights, And this, in brief, this Equatorial People's Declaration on Charter of Rights talks about the rights of the people of Equatoria to self-determination as a people, the right of the people of Equatoria to protection, the right of the people of Equatoria to resist oppression that is incurred, that they're incurring, that is imposed on them, the right of the people of Equatoria to security. Now, how do you ensure this? Because the state is no longer preserving your rights, whether security, political, economic, social, cultural, education, and all of these rights. And these rights belong to the people. They don't belong to political organizations. They belong to the people. And so you've got to assert that these are the rights that belong to us as a people, and therefore organize yourselves accordingly as a people who are entitled to inalienable rights. And I think there is no way anyone can dispute the fact that Equatoria has come a long way, in the sense that there are over 35 tribes that have coalesced and have become a cohesive, body politic that looks at itself as a social group. That others also describe them as such, as being, a people, Equatorians, not and this is, like I've always said, it's not like in Upper Nile, Bahr Ghazal, where people do not actually look at themselves as Upper Nileans or Bahr Ghazalians. They look at themselves as tribes. It's only in Equatoria that you have a microcosm of a nation. So we have come a long way, and we should take that further forward. If by way of going about declaring our rights, engaging the process of state formation, we are taking leadership. We're showing the way for the rest of the country, because you can't just show the way by talking, right? By organizing yourselves, by envisioning the future that you want to live in, and then you organize your people, to engage in that process, and that's what many Equatorians are now thinking about, to organize themselves, institute the mechanisms and tools that will progress their agenda for change. And if that agenda is about freedom, so be it. The self-determination of the people of Equatoria is an important thing for the rest of South Sudan to also take a lesson from. Why have the people of Equatoria started to talk about self-determination? Because of the failures that we have, yes, but even then, if we fail, how do we come together? We also have a model of how we can come together about, to address some of these issues. And this is articulated in a paper that we presented in a conference back in October 2021 under the Sudanese program on governance in future governance of South Sudan. We presented a paper, and this paper is available for reference. I will not go into the detail about it, but I just wanted to highlight one or two or three things. It's called Equatoria's Journey, the Right to Self-Determination. And this is not a hate campaign against any people in South Sudan. It's a call for Equatoria's peace and stability, that we don't want to be held hostage to a state that is killing us, that is not preserving our rights, that is not respecting human rights. So Equatorians, these are the drivers and the key issues that make Equatorians to call for self-determination, so that they can have a home, their own homeland, where they can live in peace, instead of being pushed to become refugees, thousands or even millions of refugees outside of their own homelands. That is a fundamental issue. Who is looking at it? Who is going to resolve this issue? You cannot rely only on the international community, goodwill of the international community. You have to rely on the action of the people of Equatoria and their determination to ensure that they are entitled to and can exercise the sovereignty of their people to govern themselves. At the time when South Sudan became independent, this is how we look at it, we voted for South Sudan to become independent. So we are equally sovereign. The people of Equatoria are sovereign people. People of Bahr Ghazal are sovereign people. People of Bahr Ghazal and Upper Nile are sovereign people. Now we're living in a system where there is no state that is meant to represent the flow of sovereignty from the people to this state, to rule on our behalf. We don't have that legitimate state, and so sovereignty is vested in the people of Equatoria, in the people of Bahr Ghazal, in the people of Upper Nile. In our case in Equatoria, we want to exercise this sovereignty. We want to govern ourselves, by ourselves. And that's why we're calling for self-determination, so that we can preserve our rights. If we don't call for preservation of our rights, then people will just kill us. They move into our territories, they go and rape our women, they kill them at speed of their thought, and there's no law that is protecting our people. So we need to make the case that this can never be accepted and tolerated in a modern world, right? If some people want to continue to fight among themselves, let them take themselves to their regions, go and fight there, have their government in the region and so on. Let Equatoria govern itself. We can work out a model of how we can do that. And that is something that we can agree as a people. For example, one of the strategies that we're proposing is this, that, and this goes with some of the ideas that Al-Haj pointed out. For example, we said, okay, we can take this regime out of power. As a people of Equatoria, I think even as the Equatorial People's Alliance, we accept that model. Let's put our hands together to remove this regime, because this regime is a hurdle. It's one of the key hurdles that we need to remove, so that we can have the freedom for the people to exercise their rights, including the right to self-determination. Because that's an important pillar for us to have the agenda of really looking seriously at, do we want to live together? Do we want to have a nation? Do we want to form a state together? Do we want to live in one state together without repeating all of these issues that we've been going through all of these years, right? So I think that process can be initiated. If we were to say that this government were to be removed, it could be replaced by a transitional government. But this transitional government will have a very specific mandate. Some of the things that we could say is that such a government would do this. One would be providing the environment for people to return to their homelands. Everybody should return to their region, to their place of residence, homeland, and also to allow for a census to be conducted so that we can establish the population that lives now in South Sudan, because millions of Equatorians have been pushed to go to refugee countries and so on. We want them to come back to their territories, right? So it is this government that is a hurdle. We need to remove this government in order to allow the transitional government to make arrangements for these people to come back to their territories. Then we can, for example, undertake a constitution-making process. A constitution-making process of the arrangements that we need to have. It could be temporal. For example, we could have the people of Equatoria, and my position is that the people have to have a convention. The people of Equatoria have to have a convention, a public people's convention, in which they can address the issue of how they want to constitute themselves into a state, either on their own or with others. And it is very fundamental also that if we have transitional arrangements, for example, for 5 years or 3 years, these transitional arrangements to allow for people of Equatoria to exercise the right to self-determination, to either be part of this new state or to opt out, okay? But the fundamental building block of this is that if we look at each region as a sovereign people, then as a sovereign people who voted in the referendum in 2011, sovereignty is vested with us, it's not vested with SPLM. And we as the people can make arrangements for us to have a constitution-making process, that entails, within our transitional arrangements, entails for the right of self-determination for each region. And that would help to sharpen minds if really people want to separate from each other, not live together, or they will think seriously now that, okay, if we don't follow and do the right system, put the right system in place, then people are going to be, this country is going to be disintegrated. But the key thing here is this, that each region should have the right to self-determination as a people, if they so consider themselves as a people. And we proposed, at a minimum, there could be 3 regions: Equatoria, Upper Nile, and Bahr el Ghazal. and each of these regions are sovereign. And each of these regions will exercise the processes for constitution making, which is conducted through a people's constitution making convention, in which the people articulate or even make their declarations about what kind of constitution, what kind of system that they want to have as principles for governing themselves. This is really, really very fundamental. It's not just political organizations or elites who do this thing. It's the people as a whole. People must be represented, and they must have their representatives in a constituent assembly to enact these kind of processes, not just, calling for a constitutional conference and say, okay, now we represent civil society, we represent political parties, and then, yeah, that's it. They go and decide what constitution text and, all this kind of stuff. But what we want to ensure is that the process has to be people-based. It's no longer SPLM-based or whatever political organization. It has to be people-based. We are in the process of trying to create a state and formulate a state, and it has to come from the people so that we don't miss it. We don't allow someone to come and capture power and use it, right? Use it for their purposes and then disadvantage our people. So we're proposing, there's a detailed framework there. We divided the country, for example, roughly, we say Equatoria and Greater Pibor will be one region, okay? Because Greater Pibor historically was part of Equatoria, and they have suffered the same oppressive system, genocide practices and policies and so on. We've seen wars being waged on the people of Greater Pibor and the people of Equatoria. So if people of Equatoria and people of Pibor form one region, and then people of Western Bahr el Ghazal could also form one region, and they would be treated as a people, Equatoria as a people, and then there would be the region, the Jeng region would probably comprise the states of Leg State or Arab and all of that. They form another region, and then another region would be in Upper Nile, maybe two regions there, which would be between the Cholo, many other communities that are there, plus the Nuer also have their, so we can have up to about between 3 to 5 regions, and each of these regions will be self-governing. And then we can have, this is for transitional arrangements. If this system works, we govern ourselves, we know that we're not governing others, we're not imposing our will on other people, then every people would make sure that they maximize the benefits of governing themselves. And then also agreeing to come into a union of sovereign people. The nearest system to this is that of a confederation, where you would have a central, mechanism that would probably enjoy 10%, between 10% of the power from each of the members of the union, but 90% of the power would be region-based. That way, we can ensure that nobody's dominating anybody, and that we can coexist. We want to coexist for mutual benefits. And then in the future, if this system works, then maybe we could go to a federal system, like you progress from this to a federal system. We don't want to call it this confederation, because sometimes this is taken negatively by other countries that have fought wars to reject confederation. We call this system a shared sovereignty model, a people's shared sovereignty model. So we can create a union based on shared sovereignty. Equatoria is sovereign, Upper Nile is sovereign, Western Bahr el Ghazal is sovereign, Greater Pibor is sovereign, and the Cholo Kingdom is sovereign, the North nation is sovereign. So we have a union of sovereign people. And that means no one would dictate to any other. It has to be willing. People are willing to live together. And that cannot even be imposed by elites. It cannot be imposed by elites. But it will be imposed and brought about by the people through a consensus-based, a people's-based process, and engagement and participation in this. So each and every one, adult in Equatoria, would have to have a say on the constitution. Would have to have a say on whether we have to have this system, or they would have to decide as well the provision should be there for the people to decide that we don't want this. We want to separate. We want to be on our own state so that we can continue, because we have reached a certain level of development in Equatoria where we need to continue to catch up with the rest of the world. And we don't want to be caught up in wars of, conflict over power and stuff like that. And that should be respected. And we can put the case and articulate the case, peacefully. And in terms of the rights of our people. But if this is rejected, then of course it means that your preservation of your rights and of your existence is under threat, and you have to protect and defend yourself. So this is more akin to like saying you use two hands to make things work, right? One hand is a political process, and the other is also a protective process. You have to exercise all of these options to protect your existence. And I think these are some of the parameters that I just wanted to highlight in terms of what the way forward should be. So from our perspective, we have started this process. We made Equatorial People's Declaration on Charter of Rights. Whether people like it or not, this is about Equatoria. Equatorians taking initiative about their own future. This is really very important. We made Equatorial People Declaration on Charter of Rights. And this came after a dialogue that extended over a period of 4 months, in which more than 450 Equatorians in the diaspora participated cumulatively. And as a result of that, we came out with a declaration, the Equatorial People's Declaration on Charter of Rights. And after that, we then formed Equatorial People's Alliance. The purpose of the Equatorial People's Alliance is to work, to bring Equatorians together, to unite Equatorians together, so that we can all, rally behind the Equatorial People's Declaration and Charter of Rights, and make sure that our people ultimately will be enjoying these rights, will have the opportunity to exercise this right in this generation or in a future generation. And that's really, really very, very important. And that's where the issue of organization becomes important. And this draws from what we as Equatorians did during the Kokora. We now need to do this in this time so that we organize ourselves better. And I've talked about state formation, because you cannot wait for this state to be reformed. We have to begin to think, to look at yourself as an alternative state. And maybe when you become a state, the rest of South Sudan will learn a thing that, okay, look, Equatorians have been able to do this. They have shown an example, and we are in a better position to show that example. And it's a good thing. If it's good for Equatoria, it's also good for Upper Nile. It's good for Bahr el-Ghazal. So I just wanted to maybe not to take too much. I know there are people who are still lined up to speak, but I think I'll try to summarize here at this point to stress that the idea of removing the government in Juba, because it's a hurdle, is an important one. So, for example, here I can align with Al-Hajj and say, our tactical strategic strategy is that let's remove this regime in Juba. I agree. We can work together to remove this regime from Juba. But then we also have to make sure that we're doing this because we want to give our people their rights, right? We don't impose on them. We want to ensure that our people will also have the right to self-determination. No one should preclude this right, because after all, it's the sovereignty of the people that needs to be exercised. And even we went further. We proposed, and many of you might have heard, we're talking about new People's Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action. And it is, if you summarize that, it's called NADAFA. New Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action. And we want to clean South Sudan. That is the model. Like in Delgado and even some of the political organizations, they don't want the country to be clean, right? Mumazi NADAFA, okay? We want to tell them that, look, let's get connected with our people on the ground. Tell them that we need to clean this country. So what NADAFA stands for is that it's a new alliance, new People's Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Action, and it puts the rights of the people first, economic, social, cultural, and political rights, so that you have the process of the will of the people on one hand, and then the action on the other, to ensure that we take collective action, okay, to free ourselves from bondage, from oppression, and so on. Yeah, and then it's like the two-sided coin. On the one side is the will of the people, the rights, and all that goes with it. And then on the other side, the action. So that in that action, everybody should participate, whether civil society organizations, political organizations, individuals, and so on, because we want freedom, and freedom is for everybody. And so by the same token, people should participate. The people, the political organizations, whoever wants to see that this regime is gone can participate in this process so that we secure an environment in which people will be free to decide for themselves. And I think this is an area where Equatorians can take lead on, regardless of whether other people want it or not. Do it for yourself, do it for preservation of your existence as the people of Equatoria, in order for you to then emerge as a free democratic nation of Equatoria. That is what our vision should be. Because if South Sudan doesn't reform like we've seen, our focus as Equatorians should be a free and democratic nation of Equatoria. And we should all work towards that vision, okay? And that is without prejudice to anybody else. And it should not be seen as something which is negative, which is bad. Because when you create a new state, even by consent, we might even offer a model to the rest of the world. We don't have, as long as we agree to go peacefully, to part and live peacefully with each other within recognized borders, we don't have to go to war with each other to implement this solution. We can agree, because we're all sovereign people, right? Equatorians are sovereign, Upper Nile is sovereign, Bahr Ghazal is sovereign. Why can't we sit down and agree as a people? Not some elites coming and telling us and lecturing us, pontificating to us that no, we will remove this regime, we'll bring a government that will come and do this and do that. No, it's the people. We want the people of Equatoria to be determining that. The people of Upper Nile and Bahr Ghazal to do that. So it's better, it's a good, it is time that the people of Equatoria gather themselves, the people of Upper Nile gather themselves, organize themselves in their region, decide how they want to live with Equatorians in a one state or separately. The same for the people of Bahrain, so that we avoid these wars. We know that somebody has hijacked the state. We can remove this and then give the people the opportunity to decide it. And that way it will be more legitimate. And so we all have to participate in that process. This is what we call Nadafa at the national level, in the sense that it is a people-based approach. It's a rights-based approach. Okay, it's a rights-based approach. Based on the rights of the people, the rights that belong to the people. We talk about it in terms of the will of the people, the process of will of the people, and then counter that with the process of action that would bring about the process of will. So that's what I wanted to say, and I want to thank you very much for listening. I've got many other issues that I can still talk about, but I think I'll stop here to let the opportunity for others also to interject. Thank you, Pam.
Thank you, Dr. Hakim, for that input. So we'll go right ahead and give the chance to Stastito. Stastito, if you're available, the mic is yours. We're speaking about the way forward. Where do we go from here?
All right, thank you, Pam, Sabata, and Mujazif, and other speakers, panelists, and listeners down there. Thank you very much once again for giving me this opportunity to come and participate in this panel. I am not going to take too much time because a lot has been said. I want to be as brief as possible. I'm just going to talk about a certain point. But before I start, I just want to not raise some point, but just to make a correction. I think earlier one of the speakers, I think it's Daniel, he has said something about the arrest of Lagu. He refused to sign the agreement, and then Lagu was retired immediately. What I would like to say, Lagu was not any under duress to sign the agreement. He signed the agreement out of his free will, and even Abel testified to that. In his book, Abel said, in the morning of 28th February 1972, they met with Lagu Lagu came to his room, I think, and they discussed certain issues. Lagu was not happy with him and all those things. And Lagu told him point blank that he was not going to sign the agreement. He was not going to sign the agreement. The way the agreement was, unless certain changes that he wanted had to be enshrined or incorporated in the agreement. So Abel said, I told Lagu it is not possible, to make any changes unless you want to renegotiate agreement. Anyway, they disagreed. Lagu left. Lagu went back to his home. I think few hours later, according to him, Lagu came back to him around midday. And Lagu said, okay, now he's ready to sign the agreement. I think Lagu went and made consultation with his delegations, and I think they agreed, the agreement is not the best, but you signed. The second point is that Lagu was retired in 1978, immediately after taking the office, taking oath of office as president of the High Executive Council. When he went to Khartoum, after the oath, in the evening, they made a party for him, and then they made told him, as from tomorrow, don't appear in Khartoum again. And Lagu did not resist. He obeyed the orders, and that's how he got retired. I just want to clarify this point. Now let me just do a recap on what we talked about it in the past 2 weeks. Just short, and then I will go to the way forward. If you talk about Addis Ababa itself, Addis Ababa was a product of the Communist Party. During the Roundtable Conference of 1965, the Communists proposed that the South should be given regional autonomy with certain powers. And because they supported Nimeri in 1969, as a result, Joseph Garang was appointed Minister for Southern Affairs. Unfortunately, Garang and Danyanya, they were not in good terms because the communists, they cannot allow any part of the country to go away. That is not in the literature. So Anyanya, they were seeing Joseph Garang as enemy of the people of South Sudan and somebody who is a traitor, like I said last time. And Joseph Garang was looking at Anyanya as reactionaries, secessionists, people have with no agenda. Anyway, before the agreement itself, there were certain events that took place prior to Addis Ababa agreement. First, of course, Ismail and Asri died in case, he was sick, the way did not allow him to go for treatment, and he died in prison, and that angered his base, Democratic Unionist Party. In 1970, 2 events, bloody events took place in Khartoum. One in Wat Mugabe, where the Ansar supporters went to Admani Upa. They were well armed. A colonel was sent to negotiate with them to surrender. They opened fire. The colonel was killed and some officers. And then eventually, Nimeri ordered his troops to storm Kuba. So a lot of Ansar were killed. A few days later, the same thing happened in Al Jazeera Aba, and most of you might have heard about it. Also, blood was shed there, and Imam al-Hadi was killed. That makes Nimeri an enemy to all northern political parties. يعني كل الأحزاب السياسية خاصة الأمة والوطن الاتحادي بقى أعداء Nimeri. To make things worse for Nimeri, in 1971 there was a split, and then the infamous coup of Hashmarata took place. After that, Nimeri, suppressed the communists. Now he doesn't have any friends in the north, while he's facing formidable enemies in the south. فلازم كان يعمل حاجة. So that's why he started negotiating with Danyanya, like I told you last time, after the incident of December 6th, where a train crashed in Western Equatoria, in Murulan, that accelerated the pace of negotiation with Danyanya. Now, this agreement, most of some of the speakers say, is not the best, but at least it took some degree of stability to the people of South Sudan, like Dr. Al-Haj enumerated last time in his presentation. Him and Dr. Hakim and myself, we are product of 1972 agreement. We were able to finish our high school in time, and some of them went to university. By the time the war or the meeting took place in Bo, so a lot of Southerners got a chance of education. In terms of development, not that much actually. You know, there was some degree of development in the south. In Juba, you can see the regional complex of the regional ministries, the parliament. You know, Juba Bridge 1 was donated by the government of Netherlands. The other part was done by the government of Sudan, and some few agricultural projects here and there. But there was a good degree of security, you know, and freedom. So then what happened? After that, you know, people were not satisfied. I think I mentioned in one of my presentations, you know, right from the beginning, some Southern Sudanese, they were not happy with the agreement. And they took that advantage of 10 years, you know, to work for something much better. Because they believe that, first of all, SSLM, South Sudan, or Southern Sudan Liberation Movement, did not achieve its goal. The main goal of SSLM and SANO outside was secession of South Sudan or Southern Sudan. They did not achieve that. The next step would have been confederation, whereby you have two sovereign states, you know, different armies, and then coming in union together, maybe one head of the state or rotating head of the state. That also didn't happen. Federation, which Southerners were asking or looking for since 1940s and 50s, they didn't get a federal system. And eventually they ended up with regional autonomy that we saw lasted for 10 or 11 years. So actually, SSLM did not achieve its objectives, but at least they were able to get something, you know, little for the people of Southern Sudan at the time. Now, when in 1983, you know, this issue of transferring battalion 105 to the north, actually the process should have been done in 1977, based on the agreement. You know, by 1977, 5 years, all absorption of the Anyanya forces or integration of the Anyanya forces should have been completed by 1977. But for some reasons, obvious reasons, you know, because in 1974 there was a meeting in Juba, September 24th, I think, when Battalion 116 were ordered to move to a better or safer location, Lologo. They refused on the ground that, you know, it is closer to the river. If they were attacked by the northern forces, they will drown. So they disobeyed order. Their commander, Lieutenant Colonel Peter Cirillo, came, and I think Cirillo, being disciplinarian, he used harsh words. According to one soldier that I talked to, he said, Peter Cirillo told them, you know, if you don't move, other people who want to move them, to move you by force. So, as I they don't like that kind of language. And then they attacked Peter Sululo. Anyway, it ended up peacefully. There was no fighting. And again, a few months later, in March 1975, for those of Vincent Kwan, the same thing happened, because rumors came to their battalion in Akob that, there's a force coming from the north to replace you. Waited for the shot, And then their commander was a southerner, Nake Kanma, a Jesh Sudan, Abel Kwat. So Abel went early in the morning, and I think used language that didn't, get well with soldiers. They also killed him, and some soldiers, some of them escaped with brain injury and so forth. So, based on the history of those two rebellions, and then in 1976 also, Alfred Akwet, captain, he rebelled in Wow. He went to the bush. The battalion commander or garrison commander, Colonel, by then he was a brigadier. Emmanuel Labur followed him in the bush, negotiated with him with some police officers. Things happened there. Emmanuel ended up dead, and police officer was killed. Aguet escaped to Central Africa. He was brought back and then executed. So the mood among the observed forces of Anyanya was volatile. And the general headquarters of Khartoum took notice of that. You don't want to move things faster as the agreement said. And that's why it was necessary for them in 1977, based on it is not written. You will not find this in Addis Ababa agreement itself. But I heard it directly from Dr. Mansour Khalid, who was a signatory to the agreement itself. When he was invited after the Intifada of 1985 to Khartoum, he was interviewed and he was asked, and he mentioned this point. He said they were supposed to go back to Addis Ababa in 1977 to evaluate the agreement, but it didn't happen. So by 1977-78, integration was not completed. 1980, integration was not completed. 1981, integration was not completed. 1982, 5 years. And then some generals at the general headquarters, they were becoming worried, that this thing has to be implemented. They selected 3 battalions. Battalion 110, Awil, Battalion 117, Kuboita, and Battalion 105, Bor. يعني لو كان هم المشكلة جاء مشكلة ناس بور أكل قروش سنتين مواهب بتاع ناس. عشان كده القيادة العامة decided إنه these people should be transferred to Khartoum, should be so that they can be supervised. هم المفروض يمشوا كسر. لكن لو كان مثلا بدأوا الكلام ده بكتيبة 110 أويل يمشوا بي، احتمال كان تمرد مع حسن. حتى لو حصل ممكن يحصل بطرق ثانيه، او احتمال لو كان يختار الكتيبه 117 كبوش ده يمشي للشنبي، احتمال ما حصل. لكن they chose wrong كتيبه، كتيبه 105 ما فوق discipline. I talked about it 2 years ago في show بتاعت رئيس. لكن maybe when one day we talk about the emergence of SPLM and other things, we can talk about it. لما حصل rebellion بتاع Bor in 1983, he made a chance, to effect his degree of redividing the South into 3 regions. Now, after the redivision, Dr. Haj mentioned did it work for Equatorians? Yes, it worked for a short period of time. I can say, because I had mentioned certain things, but it did work for a short period of time. Equatorians were able to get rid of combination of Denka, and that was the main reason for Kokora. We can't go around the bush. They were able to get rid of the Denkas to go to their regions, and now Equatorians are left alone to govern themselves. You have your own governor, you have your own police, you have your own prison, etc., and your own civil service. It worked between from the time of the decree to the end of 1983, in the whole of 1984. But when Nimeri fell in April 1985, the transitional government, worked for a while. They erroneously thought that, if the Addis Ababa agreement was restored, or if the High Executive Council was re-established and moved back to Juba, it would quell the rebellion in the south. Yeah, the majority of Southern Sudanese who went to the bush, they would come back because the main reason for Southerners to go to the bush was Kokora. Now the government in Equatoria, under General Peter Sirino, refused completely that High Executive Council should not move to Cuba. And they told James Law, though you are a son of Victoria, you come to Equatoria, the son of Victoria, but not as president of the High Executive Council. And the High Executive Council remained in Khartoum. Could not move back to Juba. Now, what happened, after the fall of the Niamey, like Al-Haj said, yes, Equatoria enjoyed a little peace between June, or say July 1983 to maybe late April. But even before the fall of Niamey, the SPLM in quote went to northern Equatoria. The effect is Mundari, they were the first one to pay the price. When SPLA and Mega, what's his name, Tona Ijuk entered Mountain Tombe in December 1984, they were welcome, yes, by the locals. Bulls were slaughtered. There was a celebration, jubilation for 3 days. What happened next was unthinkable. Raping, looting, mistreatment of Madari, and those ladies who were raped were taken to Juba Hospital. A lot of people saw it at the time, and then their cattle were some of the cattle were taken by the SPLA soldiers, and then Chief Mutamundari, Paramount Chief Enoka, with some of his chiefs, they went to meet Kwal Manyan, and they met Kwal Manyan. The rest is history. This is not the right forum to talk about it. I think that was the beginning. In the long run, it turned out, to be something detrimental to Equatorians. Now, Anna, let me just say this before I move to the way forward. The current regime in Juba, my personal opinion is that we have institutions. The SPLA regime could have built on the existing institutions of the defunct southern region. When Abel came in 1972, he selected. We have to be fair to the guy too. He selected the best civil servant to set up the government. And if you read his book, he explained to you extensively how the regional government was set up, what was the conditions. But at least the directors of the ministries, the first 11 ministries, they were top civil servants, those who had experience, Yaun as Lubari Ramban, as Engineer Barna Botumu, and as Roman Hassan, and so forth, and they were able to set up a good civil service. So when the SPLM came in 2005, they were supposed to build on those institutions, and set up a program. Unfortunately, SPLM they had different agenda. زي ما شفناه يعني ما في تنمية حقيقية. Civil service is really destroyed. Young people, inexperienced, they were appointed in a position of leadership. يا جماعة and the secretary وكيل الوزارة ده ما كلام بتاع خشب ساكت. يعني to bring a graduate of somebody who graduated 3 years from the university and then you make him and the secretary. That is a joke. Kalam Farik said, Yani Salva and those who rule the country, they should have known, انت ما ممكن تجيب لك زول اصلا ما بيعرف حاجه to get to that position. At least you need 20 years. At least 20 years in civil service. That's why we have broken institutions today. Somebody who never worked in a government is appointed director of administration and finance. That's a lot. That's why General Sudan with the the way forward. I personally, I don't belong to any political party or to any armed group. I'm just a citizen. I have to tell you, whatever opinion I give is not gonna carry away. A lot of suggestions have been said, but what I can say, I will agree with those who say, this regime has to go, it has to be removed first. Then after that, other things can follow. We can talk about system of government, how to govern South Sudan, federation, secession, self-determination. Those things, we can discuss about it in a democratic atmosphere. I remember in 1985 when Nimer was removed. I am glad to be part of it, part of the Intifada in 1985, though I didn't do a lot like others, but I was there, When the transitional government came, people got freedom to express themselves, to go to demonstrations, to do anything. I remember even some supporters of the SPLA, they were demonstrating in Khartoum. They were chanting, Ajad with the SPLA, Lugona Agani with the SPLA. Nobody harassed them or nobody touched them because the atmosphere was conducive to express yourself. And that's whereby you can form your own political parties. Even if Equatoria want to form a regional party, like in India, you have regional parties, like Telugu Desam in Assam state is a regional party. They contest election and they rule that state, They rule that state. Congress or now BJP will not be able to rule some states like Tamil Nadu in southern India. They have a regional party. Always is elected. Always governor comes from them. And you have in Andhra Pradesh, they have a regional party. You have in all those states, So this is the kind of atmosphere that we need. Talking about national dialogue, really, I don't. It's just a marker. When the national dialogue was formed, I was in Juba in 2017. It's just copycat from national dialogue to Omar al-Bashir in Khartoum. But again, where is the resolution of the so-called national dialogue? It's put under something. It's no longer there. Because you cannot expect a judge who sentenced you to death or to life imprisonment to write an appeal, and your appeal goes to the same judge. Do you think that you're going to get justice? That's what happened with this national conference. Salva Kiir knows exactly what he's doing. He's buying time, And then when the national conference recommended him and Riyadh to go. What happened? We don't hear anything about national dialogue so far. So it's just people are beating around the bush. Nothing is going to happen. No fundamental change is going to take place in South Sudan unless this regime is out of power. Not only Salva Kiir. When we talk of regime, to uproot the system, you know, where it is IG, IB, IO, whatever, you know, they should not be there. Then we can have fundamental change. When Nimer was uprooted, Nimer والاتحاد الاشتراكي شربوا مويه. You know, ما في حاجة اسمها اتحاد اشتراكي. But even if Salva goes and you have this SPLM there, believe me, nothing is going to change. And there are only two ways. You know, either you remove him by force or through popular uprising. Which way do you want to go? I don't know. Like I said, I don't have any political party. I don't know the agenda of the opposition parties. They know. So, to conclude, I personally, like I said, my personal idea is that to see this regime go is removed, and then other things will come later on. I know we need to start working on them right now. We had a lot of good ideas, but they're good. But I think the priority should be how to get rid of this government. Because if the regime is there, we're not going to do anything. We are not going to implement those good ideas, you know. And then eventually, I think it is up to the people of South Sudan, you know, to decide what kind of system they want. Because I believe, for instance, if people remove Salva Kiir from power, or something happened in Salva and the regime is no longer there, it's a different transitional government, I think then all political parties, inside and outside, armed group, civil society, like my brother Rajab is here, you know, those people, they can go and sit down and discuss how to bring change in the country, what kind of constitution, what kind of system of government, you know, and even those who want to secede, they will have a better way of advancing their argument, you know, through way of persuasion, through parliament. You know, because in Africa, secession never comes free, you know, either through, after bloody civil war, like what happened in Eritrea and South Sudan. Yes, we need a change, we need self-determination for people, but how do we do it? These are tough questions. It will come only when we have democratic atmosphere, whereby you can say your idea and no one will harass you. And you can talk about secession in Cuba. That's your idea. You can say it in parliament. No one will come at night, you know, to pick you up, because that one will save a lot of lives. But now you cannot talk about even federation in South Sudan. You will disappear. You know, secession of part of the country. Okay, I understand all the argument. A lot of people are suffering in Equatoria. A lot of people are being mistreated. All we understand that, but you know, the question is to me, it's not easy. It's not easy. I will stop here. Like I said, I don't want to take too much time because I believe in also maybe after 35 minutes or 45 minutes, I have somewhere to go. But I'll stick around if there's any question from inside that I will be able to answer it. Otherwise, thank you very much, Pam, Jazif, and Sabata, Dr. Hakim, Dr. Alhaj, Lulaku, and Daniel, audience down. Let us work for the better of South Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you, Sestito. But I have a question for you. When you started speaking, you have made a comment that you wanted to correct information that Ustaz Daniel has given, and it was not correct. You said that when Lagu said that Lagu was not pressured to sign the agreement, that and then later you went and said that you read in the book of Abel Alier that Lagu told Abel that he was not going to sign the agreement, but unless there is a change some changes, which Abel told him that they were not going to make any changes, and General Lagu left, but came back after a couple of hours or some hours and said that he was going to sign the agreement. So my question to you is, if you're claiming or saying that he was not pressured, where did you get this information that he's not pressured? Because I remember when you spoke, you said that I think he spoke to his delegation or something like that. Is it an assumption that you're having, or is it something that you read somewhere that he wasn't pressured? Because it was left for thinking. So we just want to make sure that we get the right information. It's not that we are putting our own opinion or claims. So can you please tell us, where did you get can you please explain where did you get the claim that Lagu wasn't pressured by President Nimeri or anyone else to sign the agreement? The mic is yours.
Thank you very much, Pam. That's a very good question. The process itself, two things happened between January 1971 until the timing of the signing of Addis Ababa agreement. The first delegation went, negotiated for some days, they came back. And then the second delegation, Lagu had to change the whole delegation, the first one, and then appoint the second one under the chairmanship of Eswan Mudir and others. Now, to answer your question directly, yes, that is my impression. That's my personal impression. Lagu, when he saw Abel, he met with Abel that morning, he wanted certain provisions to be changed. But Abel said, we cannot change that unless you want to negotiate the agreement. You want to open the whole negotiations again. So he refused. He said, okay. He went back. But I think that's when this assumption comes from. When he went back, I think he sat with his delegation and contemplated. Because I think the very idea of making changes also might have come from some of his delegations. But then after going back and sitting down with them and negotiating, I think the best way they have come up with that, okay, though this agreement is not satisfactory, but let us sign it, because people are suffering, people want peace, people want this. As leader of Anyanya, like I said, he can say, if I'm not satisfied with this agreement, I'm not going to sign it. Nobody was going to force him to sign the agreement. That's what I said. Because what Daniel said, he could have been arrested had he refused. I think that is not true too. Lagu was not under threat of arrest. He can go back to Uganda. But they can, play different cards. Nobody told me that, مثلا Lagu لما مشى هو actually under severe pressure from someone, from Haile Selassie or from Nimeri. No. Haile Selassie didn't pressurize Lagu. Nimeri didn't pressurize Lagu. Even Abel himself, But what happened? When he informed Abel that he was ready to sign the agreement, Abel informed the delegation, those of Motsokhari and Liwal Bag, by then Minister of Interior. And Abel told them, okay, Mansour, you contact the Minister of Foreign Affairs with Ethiopia, saying that they can make a ceremony tomorrow, the following day. And Bag said, no, Lagu might change his mind. Let us do it today. So let us inform the Foreign Affairs and the Emperor, saying that the agreement could be signed this evening. And that's what happened. But my impression, Lagu was not under pressure, and I didn't come across any document to suggest that he was under pressure to sign the agreement. No, there's no document like that.
But Sastito, just because you didn't come across a document, isn't it incorrect for you to also say that
Dr. Daniel's conclusion is incorrect and yours is correct, because what you're saying is also you're assuming. I don't know. I'm gonna give Ustaz Daniel a chance later to give us where he got that information from. But if you're assuming, I also believe that it was incorrect for you to say that the information he's giving is wrong, because also the assumption could be wrong as well. So that's all I just want to put in there, because we don't want to assume that what you're saying is right, because there is no, as you're saying, there's no document that also said that he made that assumption. He decided to sign it by himself. And if you're saying that someone told Abdel Alir that the celebration should be that day because Lago is going to change her mind, the question that comes to my head right away is that how does he know that Lago is going to change his mind if they don't know that they can persuade him to do so?
Well, I think before I answer that, give a chance to Daniel. Maybe he come across a document which says that, I don't know, But like I said, to the best of my knowledge, I read the book of Abel Aliar and I read the book of Joseph Lago himself. He stayed through Odyssey. I have not come across under something, but maybe he has a reference. I'm just saying because I have never come across such a document that Lago was under pressure to go and sign the agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I understand. Yeah.
I would like to add something there. By the way, putting a pressure to someone that to sign a peace agreement, and even Abil Aliar is one, of the negotiator teams that were negotiating with Lagu at that time. That Tito, don't you think that in your own observation or thinking that Abil can write something that Lagu have been under pressure in his book? Do you think that he can write those kind of things? This is one thing that I would like you to answer that. And the second thing, that if it was a matter of assuming or thinking, I think Daniel also can have his own evidence by coming across some books, or also maybe he was thinking that Lagu had the pressure because the first time he was there, he cannot sign the peace agreement. Then later on, he came and signed the peace. So there is a lot of things that can be, according to the way how we can analyze the issues, it can be correct too. So, Tito, can you go further on that, please? That do you think that Abil Aliar can write something like that? Because this can be a secret agenda that him and Nimeri and the rest of the people. Thank you.
Well, Shukran Abu Jazif, I mentioned earlier, when Abel went to Addis Ababa, he took some documentary of his visit to Southern Sudan and the previous visits. And he showed those clips to Joseph Lago. He said, people in the South, they want peace, So that was one form of pressure, indirectly, form of pressure. If somebody comes with such a thing to tell you, people are suffering, please, you have to sign an agreement, whether it is good agreement, it doesn't matter what you want. But what people want peace. Good peace, bad peace, they want peace, You can read that that way. That's one. Second, he took a delegation of some politicians and some students, among them those of Dr. Luka Manoja, and some civil servants to go and influence delegation with Anyanya of Addis Ababa. And he mentioned that in his book. That's one form of pressure too, to go and tell, we are suffering, people are suffering to Sudan, people are suffering to Khartoum, people are suffering to Juba, please accept any form of negotiation, any form of peace. Not necessarily you want secession. It's not going to happen because the Sudan government made it clear there will be no secession of Southern Sudan. They made it clear there will be no federation. Even federation was not discussed in Addis Ababa. They just went with one document regional autonomy. That's it. You know, either you accept it or you reject it, and that's not what Anyanya want. At the beginning, yes, pressure was mounted on the delegation. Pressure was mounted on Lago. But this does not mean that he can sign that agreement. If he doesn't sign it, he was going to be arrested. That's the whole point. You know, he was not under that pressure that if you don't sign it from here, you're going to jail. And I think that's what Brother Daniel mentioned, that who was going to be arrested if he refused. That's my whole point. You know.
Yeah, anyway, thank you. Thank you. We cannot stuck on that, but we'll come to that later on. Sister Pams, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Mujasip. I think it's all fair for me to give Brother Daniel a chance if he has time to respond, and then after we'll go to Brother Lolado. Says Daniel, the mic is yours. I think, I'm not sure if you want me to repeat what I want you to respond to. Otherwise, you can go. I think you are here when we were having the conversation.
Yes. This thing here, this discussion to me is not supposed to be like a tit for tat between us. We're supposed to present our points and then the people can judge for themselves. You know, our South Sudanese people are not really below the average in terms of their understanding of the issues. So therefore, actually based on our presentations and on the situation on the ground, the people can really judge for themselves. That is one point I want to say. Another thing is that when we are discussing topics like this, these are very important topics. These are topics of national importance. Therefore, we really don't need to approach it from the position of our political viewpoint, or we don't need to really approach it from a position of idealism, or even from a position of fear, for that matter. We really need to address the issues head on. So therefore, to answer that question, if we're trying to extract that pressure from Mr. Abel Aliar's book, it is probably there. It is inferred to it, maybe, but you cannot really find it, because one thing I saw about that book, you know, when Mr. Abel Aliar is writing about other people, about their opponents, he is quite biased there. But when he's writing about his part of the story, then he really highlights it. Therefore, I really agree with Mujassim that, you know, there is no point really for him to put that in his book. But if you actually read that book carefully, you will infer, because not every information should really be written. So therefore, you should infer from there that there was a pressure. Just using common sense. Imagine a person fighting for an independent country, and then all of a sudden he will sign a document that will relinquish that right to just a local autonomous government in South Sudan. Just think about it, and that by itself will speak volumes. That is part one to the question. Now, part two of the answer is that, you know, the pressure that is mounted on the Anyanya movement, the South Sudan Liberation Movement, did not only start during the Addis Ababa Agreement. I think earlier in my discussion, even during the roundtable conference, you know, parties like Southern Front, the party that was actually established by someone like Gordon Abiy, and then those of Clement Boro, and then Darius Bashir, and then later on those of Banaman Wal and Abel Aliar. You know, all of them were the internal front, the South Sudanese internal front that was fighting for the independence of South Sudan from inside, from Khartoum. Of course, including that party of SANA from within, William Deng, and so many others. all of them were actually against the stance of the Anyanya movement. Anyanya was calling for outright independence, but those parties were fluctuating between, self-determination and federalism. And those are the positions that are favored by the Northern Sudanese parties. Let me talk in general terms. Therefore, during the negotiations for the Roundtable Conference, like I mentioned earlier, those of Clement Boro, who was the Minister of Interior then in Khartoum. Imagine that. Imagine he was the Minister of Interior and he was a candidate from the Southern Front. They went to Uganda to talk to the leaders of Anyanya. They went to Kenya to talk to the leaders of Anyanya, just to impress on them that, the fighting is now causing a lot of civilian death to our people in the South, and so many other things that they are trying to put direct or blatant pressure on the leadership of Anyanya and on the Anyanya who are fighting on the ground. And then in addition to that, during the negotiations itself, a pressure had been exerted on Lagu. There is no question about it. Anyone really who wants to deny that fact, it is left for that person really to deny. But like from the standpoint of the negotiations, you can see that the pressure was exerted, and the fact that Lagu had to leave to Khartoum with the same government delegation, that actually speaks volume by itself. I don't think Lagu was so naive to the point of just going to Khartoum like that, changing his military uniform, and then boarding the plane with those of Abil Adiar and the rest, and just going to Khartoum like that. To me, that doesn't make sense. Another thing, too, we need to remember, even within the government negotiating team, led by Abil Adiar, there are some people there who are actually against so many things in that Addis Ababa agreement that we have criticized. Things relating to the ceasefire, okay? Things related to even the unity of the South Sudanese in terms of the regional government. And there are people among that delegation who are actually against the idea of the decentralized system for the southern provinces and for the southern region. Therefore, all things considered, you will be able to actually deduct that directly or indirectly, a pressure had actually been exerted on Joseph Lagu as the leader of the Anyanya and on his delegation to sign the peace agreement as it was. This, in addition to the fact that I said he didn't have any allies. To be honest, he didn't have the UN behind him. He didn't have any Troika behind him. He didn't have any European Union behind him. Those people were just providing relief assistance. And then, if you put all those factors combined, you will find that the guy was actually under tremendous pressure. That's why he had to sign the agreement, knowing that his people are the same people suffering, and it has already gone like on and on for 17 years. So that agreement that was signed was just like, to me personally, it was just like a ceasefire. It's a break, and I think one of the speakers, or maybe two speakers, mentioned this earlier, that, it was just a truce. Let's agree on that word. It was a truce that will give people time to rest and then maybe regroup later on. So, but in general terms, I strongly believe that there was a pressure. And there is a book here written by this person. Let me just read the book title. The book is called The Secret War in the Sudan, 1955-1972. It is written by a person, the last name is Obalance. He wrote about this, and you can find that there was a mounting pressure on the Anyanya there in that book. Yeah, so I'll just stop here, and then if there is a follow-up question, I'll add into it later. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Daniel. I know that this is not tit for tat, but when someone makes an allegation or raise a question, we have to make sure that we give fair turn to each one of our speakers to be able to explain where they get their sources from. And also we want to make sure that we are not giving our opinion as a fact, because we don't want to persuade the audience or give them the wrong information. That's why we have to make sure that we ask the Ustaz Tito and then ask you to clarify. So we'll go ahead and give the chance to Lolaku. Lolaku, the mic is yours, and we're talking about the way forward. Where do we go from here?
Thank you so much, Madam Pam, Majashif, Dr. Alhaj, Brother Tito, Sabata, Hakim and Dadiel, and all the listeners down. It has been a long journey from day one when we started this discussion, from 4th of June, when we started by celebrating the Equatorial month, or the historic month, which eventually pointed for us Kokora. And it has been so nice from the beginning that we have learned a lot. And to my point of view, I have seen that the discussion we have chosen was for the betterment of our destiny as Equatorians or South Sudanese. A lot of areas we tackled, and all those areas, for those who have been there from day one up to today, I believe there are many things that you have learned. And for us who have been also in the room as the panelists, we agreed from day one that we did not come to seek a winner and a loser among us, but we have come to assess all those events that were blamed, and most of them might have created a ground to the existing country, South Sudan, but it has been turned down and not remembered. And by assessing all, it will give us another way forward, as today we are discussing. And I wanted truly to tell everyone who is here that South Sudan situation, or the Southern situation from day one, has never been in a peaceful coexistence manner. The Southern regions has never been in one day in existence as one people. There is always a sign that tells us like we are not one people from day one. And if we see in all the discussions, right from 1947 up to today, there is no doubt, and there is no one who can disagree, or me in particular, to mention that there is any that is wrong among all. We have to accept that we really have manners that we have exhibited among us, that we are either people who claim to live together, or someone forced us to live together. So, what do I mean? The Addis Ababa agreement that we discussed, and then the Kokora that we discussed. In the first place, I wanted to appreciate the agreement, how much there are other things that did not go well. The agreement has done a lot of things and has created a foundation for us as the citizen of South Sudan today. And even Kokora itself has created for us a foundation of the leadership or the governance system that we are now operating with. But our problem is, as I have mentioned, that we did not desire to live peacefully. There is no a principle of peaceful coexistence among us. Otherwise, Addis Ababa agreement should not take some people within South Sudan again back to war
nor Kokora become an issue and a blame to the Equatorians. And we started by saying we celebrate the Kokora Day, and I am proud to celebrate it. But there are lessons that we who are existing today, what should we learn from it? As some of the members we are discussing. And in all these discussions, we are learning those lessons. The problems that we have in South Sudan, I wanted to point few. And these problems are not new, but these problems have been in existence for a quite long time in all the historians who are the panelists here and the one in the clubhouse will witness, and they will also have a judgment upon that from day one up to today in South Sudan, we are lacking a respect for a diversity. We really lack a respect for diversity. We did not respect that we are different, there are different tribes existing in the country, and they all deserve their rights to live. There are other tribes who believe the minor tribes are nothing and they deserve nothing in the country, which is the problem that we suffered from day one up to now. And if we see that we have problem even within, when Kokora was manipulated, it is just a lack of diversity that we have. When the peace was signed, we all expect ourselves to participate as Southerners. But the history tells us at least one ethnic group out of 64 took a lead, which did not create a peaceful environment to everyone to feel like we are part of this government. Otherwise, if we have a respect for diversity, I wouldn't believe that we will have a problem in South Sudan that will take us back to war. How much the Addis Ababa agreement was put as a wrong element that took people into the bush. 2, we did not really have a common agenda as South Sudanese from day one. We did not devolve our mind in one day and a thing as people who are fighting for a single goal. Everyone has a different perspective. Some people told me from 1947, the Juba conference, how people disagreed until they come back. Also, when they joined back to Sudan, they didn't know what they were going to do. They just go because they have been invited and they have reached to an end, they have to go. But they did not agree on one point. And from that time, when we see the formation of political parties, and then the rest of events that Southerners involved themselves, there was no a common agenda that they agreed as the people of one region, people of one color, they need to do. This is second problem that we have. So that one now brought us to our point of ideology. Our ideological difference has created for us a big issue, although we go sometimes to fight as one, but we always come back and we lose it at home. Because after bringing it back, things change. Everyone will start thinking alone. Implementation becomes problems. So these issues, there is no one who needs to disagree about it from day one. I don't know if there is someone who feels all those ones did not happen. I will not also disagree with you according to what you have seen. But to the history I have learned about our country, we have realized we have problems from day one, and this problem has never got a solution up to today. About South Sudan, we have got the country, although we are ashamed about it up to today, because We are not benefiting from the country. We are not living in the country. Our people are not living in the country. But for the sake of the color, we are still proud that we call ourselves South Sudanese. So, there are few things I have so far learned from the first or the second panelists who have been discussing here. I am a South Sudanese and I am Equatorian. One idea came calling for trusteeship of our country to UN. I am talking in my own position as Lola Ko, that I will not accept this time that will give South Sudan to UN. We have learned about Rwanda. Rwanda has been a country that was colonized by German. They gave to UN, and then UN also mandated it to Belgium, and then Belgium afterward decided to whom they can still give the country to within the Rwandese, looking for who can create problems. And they give the country to Tutsi. And we have seen that from the time they gave the country to Tutsi, the problem becomes until 1959, the Rwanda Revolution, where people died in a big number, many exiled, and mobilization went on until 1994 Rwanda genocide. So even if we give South Sudan today to UN under a trusteeship, they will still mandate us to another country to take care of us. Let us believe that. They will mandate us to another country, and that country, at the end of the mandate, will look to who else can bring for themselves as UN business to come back to South Sudan. And you never know. They will also groom another young member and they'll give back the country to him. We will still go back to our problem. If things will not work, that South Sudan shall never exist as a country. From beginning, I always said, whatever is proposed, if it is with South Sudanese or with Equatorians in the large number, considering the democracy, it works. As long as the majority have accepted, it works. There is no one who will own idea. And I did not also say family, that is my observation. If South Sudanese or Equatorians today also accept that we don't have capacity to run the country, let us give to UN. I, as an individual, I also don't have power. But if we still see that we have power and the capacity to run a nation, we will resist together to say we either opt to divide this country into pieces according to the regions we have now, nor giving it to UN. Because if we give it, let us expect the same problems we have from now to happen. Even if UN will not loot any of the resources, if they just give us for 10 years, they will give us to another person. They were British, and then the Egyptians gave us to the hands of the Arabs who are settlers in our land, and they become our rulers. So we need to think very well in that area. If that one will be the option, we will break the country into pieces as long as we will accept as citizens. So we have been discussing a lot about Addis Ababa Agreement. We have been discussing a lot about Kokora, and I believe we have learned many. Few solutions I wanted to put forward, based on the problems we have in our country. Before I look into the angle as the Equatorian, I just wanted to put these ways forward in the level of the country that we have now as South Sudan. And one of the way forward, I want to put that we must to have a respect, and we have to maintain the diversity within the country we have. We should understand that our country is a diverse country that has many tribes, and all those tribes has their traditional values, and they deserve the rights to live. Whether they are presented in the government or they are not represented, they have rights to be served. We have to maintain them. There is no need of keeping a plot to isolate some tribes, whether in the national duties or desiring to kill them by the genocide, as the current government is doing. Because it has been in process, and I know still there is a huge plan of genocide by the government on some ethnicities within the country. So the only way forward, if we are to keep the country safe from now and create a peaceful coexistence, there must be a respect and the maintenance of diversity within the country. We must respect every tribe, and we must maintain them with the respect and dignity. That is one of the solutions and the way forward if we are to exist. Two, we must promote a common development agenda in every region if we are to live. Because I know people are flooding up in Juba because the government doesn't have any regional development plan. The whole ministries are in Juba without even opportunities to recruit the citizens. So everyone has a desire to live in Juba because the government is in Juba. So for these people to go back, there must be, we have to promote a common development agendas everywhere. Let there be at least creation opportunities in other regions. Let there be infrastructural development. Let there be conducive environment for everyone to live. So if that one is to be done, then I know, even if they hate Kokora, everyone will accept it. And that is the responsibility if we will take over. The third idea I would propose is the development of good system of governance. We must create a system of governance that is acceptable by all the people. It must be discussed in all the levels. I wanted to assure you today, if someone go to come to South Sudan, and then you ask the common citizen about the system of governance they have, there is no one who will tell you. They don't know. Even if they know they belong to Central Equatoria or to Upper Nile, they don't know what kind of system is that. So the system of governance must be created, must be discussed. All the partners has to be involved. The civil society organizations, the local leaders, the political parties has to get involved. And if they all get involved, they discuss it, they carry civic education to everyone to understand why should we have this system? What is the importance? And how are we going to run it? So that one will give the citizens enough knowledge of their government, and they will have enough power also to exercise as long as they know what type of governance or the system they have in their country. So the fourth of it, we wanted to talk about upholding the principles of sovereign equality within the regions. what I understand is the government should treat all these regions with respect. If the government could be a principal government, must to treat all these regions with respect. In terms of allocating the resources must be allocated equally. And the state or the regional government must work with its powers, not to be sabotaged by some feelings that is exerted, just brought in by the central government, and is not favoring people who are living in that region, and people who are in that region are not involved in that process. So it shows like there is only a system that is introduced, but is not functional. So those principles of sovereign equality must be there. Everyone must be treated equally, and you function with your full powers. These are 4 things I am just putting in context if South Sudan is to exist as a country. One first idea that came in, that is, we have to remove the government. And I totally agree. If we cannot remove the agreement, any of these resolutions we are speaking here, or any of these ideas that we are bringing, will just be like nightmares. We must unite and remove the government. Because the government that we have now has created a lot of problems. I know there are many innocent people who are dying in the name of government, but they are not benefiting. There are Dinkas who are dying because of Salva Kiir, because of Michael Makui, because of Kokora and the rest, but they are not even benefiting from these people. So the only thing is, if we all accept that there are people, and this is a call going to the other regions, if we have accepted that there are some among us who are dying and they are not benefiting in this country, we must all to come together and accept that we remove the government and we create a system that is acceptable by everyone. Like some members said, if we say we will separate and try to dismantle the country the way we want, it will depend on what will be favorable to every citizen. But if we will not unite to remove this government, then I know the allegations that people are making, if one ethnicity is taking lead and is planning to dominate forever, can be true. If there are some who are listening in the room, I know there are many who are defending government, but they have problems even at home. Their families are suffering. So take the message clear that we all must unite if we are to remain as a South Sudanese, and we remove the government and we create all the systems that favors every citizen that lives in the country. And how can we remove the government? One of the idea or the way forward now is we must come together. We have to mainstream all our programs. I know we are all rich of programs. There are many programs that if everyone among us here is asked of, will give you a lot of outlines. But the problem is because everyone is participating as an individual. So for how long shall we keep on singing songs and we cannot dance? We must sing and we dance. And the truth is, there is no singer who will always keep on singing inside. But the singer always think of when the event or the occasion will come, then I go out and sing, then people dance. So we must come together, we sing together and we dance together. We bring all our programs. We need to ask ourselves, what do you or do I have now to remove the government? Because there is everything. We have the resources, we have the capacities, we have the human resources. But the problem is because we are scattered. We are very scattered. And then if we continue to be very scattered in that way, there is nothing we can do. We must start consulting ourselves from now and point to yourself wherever you are. If you are there, ahead of a political party, you are ahead of any common group that is discussing for the common interest of the people of South Sudan or the people of Equatoria, let us create a consultative team from now that we consult ourselves. Let us harmonize our ideologies, and then we create a common ground that can enable us to operate together. Because if we did not do that, the frustration will take you up and you'll end with their songs. We have seen even during Anyanyawan that many of Southerners died in exile because of frustration that exists just within their ideologies of operation. There was no one who was wrong, but the only wrong was the ideology. Everyone thinks if you work like this is the best, and I will not be challenged. So if we also keep ourselves like that, Kir, Machar, and then the rest of the people who are exploiting the country now will continue to exploit the country, and we will just remain like a third-class citizens people in wherever you exist. There are many people who have struggled for their countries, and the struggle they have is first coming together. They consult their agendas, they mainstream the agendas, and then they act on the common goal. Remove the problems, and then you discuss on what you have. So there are two things we have at the moment. If we will talk in behalf of Equatoria, or we will talk in behalf of South Sudan, there are still two things we can do. If we cannot create a reform, then we will ask ourselves on what best we need, plus all our citizens, the common people who doesn't have even access to talk to us one day. We will ask them, and they tell us what is the best thing we can go with. And someone proposed that we must start having conferences with the people of Equatoria, and those who may think that the problem is not for Equatoria, but it is for South Sudanese. We must have conferences, we discuss our issues, we come with objectives and common ideas. If we do that, then I will accept that all that we are discussing will come to pass. So the way forward is we have to start meeting each other. We have to start reconciling our differences. We have to start supporting our programs. If I wanted now to talk in the basics of Equatoria only, we are very strong. We are so patriotic. And this is why many are already calling for independent state. That shows the capacity and the power we have. And we can do it as long as we need it. That's why I always said anything that is acceptable by our people is a success. and is the idea. And no one will object it. But we must assemble ourselves in the best way. We have to create one thing to do, and then we must not operate like people who doesn't have direction. We must have one direction. We must respect a leader that will stand, and the leader must cooperate with the people he or she is working with. We will see the best. If we create all those ideas, even the two things that I talked of will still work. If we have become strong like Equatorians, who can tell you that even this young government will not accept to give us the rights that we deserve? There is no point and there is no position that they will refuse anything that we have asked for. But if we are scattered, as someone said, that the problems that was within the Southerners gave a lot of pressure to Logo, and he has to accept the 13 pages agreement that was drafted. So if we did not unite, it's still the same things that even those who have criticized the Addis Ababa agreement, you will be forced to do the agreement like the one of Addis Ababa. But if we come together, we will resist, because I know I have a ground at home. There is no one whom I'm suspicious with. So we have a long way as Equatorians to go with now. But it is very simple. The reality is, the simple part of it is to create a unity of purpose. We don't need interest at this moment. There is no interest in any idea we are creating now. But we must have ideas of purpose that define our goals and our objectives, defines our vision, and shows for us what best our people desires. So that is what I have observed. If we will consider them, and then we bring them all plus those ones who are outside, because there are people outside there with different ideas. They have the ways forward. But how can we know it? We have to adopt some resolutions from now. We have to adopt resolutions. As for these ways forward we have given today, we choose the best out of all. I don't know if Majasif or Pam among you, one is noting all these points, the ways forward, and then we will one day have a discussion on these ways. Which ones shall we put them in action? We create a work plan, and in this work plan will enable us now to push to another step. And it will avoid us from having micro meetings that will demoralize our desire or the quest for sovereignty. So I like these discussions, because I know this discussion has opened a lot of routes. There is no one who has failed in this discussion, and there is no one who has win in this discussion, but we all have benefited. We have all benefited. So that is basically what I have. I know there are still many reactions that need to come in. There are those who have the questions, but there was one question I think Pam reminded, which I asked from our second day of discussion. As we give these ways forward, I don't know if it has touched it or not, but it was going directly to Dr. Al-Haj. And I was asking if there is really a possibility that the 63 tribes of South Sudan,
64 plus,
yes, will really live together in harmony or not. So I will beg to stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brother Lolaku. We will make sure that all the speakers answer their questions, but I also want to let the audience know that we open the hand raising buttons. So if you have a question for any of the panelists or a comment, you can come up, and I'm gonna go ahead and give the mic to Mujasir. Mujasir, the mic is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Pam. نشكرك ونشكر الأساتذة دكاترة الموجودين هنا بصراحة. نحن مشينا في العمق بتاع الحديث بتاعنا. We went more deep, and obviously, Brother Lolako, we try all our best to note down what we have said today, or what you guys have said, from Dr. Al-Haj, Mururan bi Dr. Hakim, and then also to Ustaz Tito and Ustaz Daniel, Mururan Ustaz Sabata, and then also you yourself, Ustaz Lalako. I think Tito now, maybe if you will be with us, it will be okay. If it's not, I think he had some commitment to do so. But later on, maybe you will have some question that if can come back, then it will be good. So, طيب يا جماعة، نحن طبعا خلينا نكون واضحين في الموضوع بتاعتنا اللي نحن مشينا تقريبا من المقدمة بتاعت البرنامج، كان مرورا بال part 1, part 2 and 3, and then part 4. Today, I think, for the way forward, for us is very, very, very important. لكن السؤال اللي بيطرح نفسه أنا دار كان أستاذ تيتو لو لسه ما مرق. لما نحن اخترنا التوبيك عشان نجي نتكلم عن كوكورا، ودارين نتكلم كنا عن legacy بتاعت the peace agreement 1972, and also we touched somehow about 1983. We mean it. أن إحنا كنا قاصدين أن إحنا دارين نصل لشنو. لأنه أنتوا لو ملاحظين قبل ما أنا نمشي للأسئلة، الفترة الزمنية اللي كل واحد فيكم وأخونا لالكو طرحه، يعني جنوب السودان مر بمصائب كثيرة جدا جدا منذ كان قاعد في السودان. لما نقول إنه خضعت شعب جنوب السودان لصراعات طويلة ضد قوة الاستعمار المختلفة والتحميش السياسي على أيدي حكومات مختلفة متعاقبة التي حكمت السودان هنذاك منذ الاستقلال 1956، يعني وعملت على غياب الخدمات الأساسية كويس من طرق وكباري والحريات للمواطن، وحتى تقديم الخدمات للمواطن. نعاني منه في وقتنا الحاضر في وجود أبناء جنوب السودان من قيادات بتاعتها اللي كانت قاعد تنادي من شنو؟ من أجل استقلالية جنوب السودان، من أجل تقديم الخدمات لأبناء جنوب السودان، وإنه أوعدوا أبناء جنوب السودان بإنه نحن عندما نمسك الأمور في يدنا هذا البلد سوف يكون شنو؟ زي ما كان بيقولوا في الكتاب المقدس سمن وعسل ولا لبن وعسل. لكن ده حلم بتاع منو؟ ده حلم غريب جدا جدا. نحن وصلنا في مرحلة عويصة، مرحلة خطيرة جدا جدا. عشان كده يعني ده هو فورورد اللي تكلمت فوقه بصراحة. أنا داير نرجع وطوالي مباشرة هنسأل أسئلة. ده بيخليني أنا ما أعرف دكتور حكيم طبعا هو قاعد، أنا داير ناس يركزوا شوية كده. let me check. أيوة دكتور حكيم قاعد، ودكتور الحاج، وأستاذ تيتو، وسباتا, and then Brother Lolako and Daniel, all of them are here, and the listeners down there. في أساتذة كتار وفي دكاترة كتار قاعدين. الجوهر الأساسي لو أنتوا لاحظتوا دكتور حكيم أنت بتتكلم في نقاط كانت حساسة جدا جدا عن مثلا إنه جنوب السودان يتقسم إلى أقاليم. هذه الأقاليم ممكن تكون متعددة وليس الإقليم الاستوائي والإقليم بحر الغزال ومثلا على النيل، لكن ندي الحكم الذاتي للشعب، ندي الحكم الذاتي للمواطن. لو شفنا دكتور الحاج بيتكلم كان أكثر حاجة عن وحدة بتاع جنوب السودان في إطار ممكن إطار بحكومة مثلا أو نظام فدرالي. وتيتو ما كان واضح في رؤيته السياسيه بصراحه، انا اكون واضح في الكلام ده. رؤيته السياسيه كان فيها نوع تذبذب، هل انه جنوب السودان مشكلته بيتحل ولا ما بيتحل؟ هو بشوف انه المشكله ده زي كده مشكله يعني مسدود، ولا في خيار واضح بانه مثلا الفدراليه هي بتدفع بجنوب السودان ولا الانفصال ولا كذا. ده نحن نكون واضحين فيه. طبعا دي نقاط بالنسبه لي مهمه. طيب السؤال الذي يطرح نفسه ايها الساده الكرام والاساتذه الموجودين والدكاتره، هل نحن الان نفتش في بلاتفورم اللي بيقدر بيشمل كل ابناء جنوب السودان، من فيهم الانفصاليين والغير انفصاليين، من فيهم مثلا الوحدويين والغير وحدويين، وما فيهم مثلا المجتمع المدني كويس بالتنظيمات بتاعته المختلفه، ليصلوا الى بلاتفورم يكون جامع كويس لاعلان سياسي كقوه بتاعت معارضه او احزاب او تنظيمات شبابيه او نسائيه او تنظيمات بتاعت مجتمع مدني للخروج من المازق اللي نحن موجودين فيه اليوم. هل من الناحيه الاقليميه، من الناحيه مثلا بتاعت الولايات بتاعتنا العشره، هل نحن الان قاعدين نسعى الى اعلان سياسي موحد لكل الاحزاب والحركات السياسيه وكل المجتمع المدني في اطار اقليمي او في اطار جنوب السودان موحد؟ السؤال ده لكل الساده او لكل الاساتذه الموجودين. انا ببدا والكلام يكون مختصر في ظرف 3 دقائق ما اكثر من ذلك. انا ببدا باستاذ تيتو.
مجاهد.
يس.
كلام بدون ثاني خلينا ننزل كده، انا حتى ماشي في الفيزا ما هتسمعني.
اوكي خلاص. اورايت اوكي شكرا. طيب استاذ no sorry, let me start with Dr. Hakim then. Dr. Hakim, I think you can mix English and Arabic as well, that will be good. So Dr. Hakim, هل نحن الآن في الأفكار اللي يعني طلعتها وسمعناها من the way forward, are you really looking for the platform where all the South Sudanese they can join hands together so that we can go further عشان نصل لحاجة ما يسمى بالإعلان السياسي، وهذا الإعلان السياسي اللي بيقدر بيخرجنا من المأزق اللي احنا موجودين فيه؟ تفضل.
شكرا اخي مجازف. السؤال ده احنا سالنا انفسنا قبل كده قبل فتره، وعنده برضه عنده اجابه، والاجابه موجود في الساحه العامه يعني in the public domain. كويس. احنا بنشوف انه شنو لو كنا كونا الجسم ده اللي قلنا دي اختصاص بتاعت الشغل ده، الخصوصيه بتاعت الشغل ده الهدف بتاعته هو ازاله بتاعت شنو؟ ازاله بتاعت النظام القائم، و عشان يكون في محله ريبليسمنت بنظام يعترف بالحقوق بتاعت المجموعات ده كلها اللي اشتركت في الحمايه ده، عشان بعد ذلك نكون عندنا جو نقدر نتطرق للقضايا القوميه والقضايا المصيريه وكده. كويس؟ وده بيكون احسن بالنسبه لنا كلنا، يكون في جو ما في جو بتاع هنا يعني بتاع عدم الحريه، يعني ما تكون موجود فيها حريه التعبير وما ادراك وكده. فالكلام ده احنا غايه الطرح بتاعتنا اول حاجه احنا كاستوائيين لازم ننظم انفسنا كاستوائيين وباسم الشعب الاستوائي. ده الفرق مع مثلا الاجسام السياسيه الثانيه. احنا عاوزين ننظم انفسنا كاستوائيين في المقام الاول وكشعب استوائي عشان يكون عندنا صوت بتاع الشعب لما نمشي في الترابيزه نتكلم باسم الشعب. كويس؟ ولازم الكلام ده يكون فيه اسم شنو ده يعني شرعيه. اوكي؟ يعني it has to be a legitimate voice of the people. That's one. الثاني انه احنا عشان كيف نشترك مع الناس العنين كله like you said مثلا how do we then work together with other groups that want to see this regime gone. فإحنا كنا طرحنا نموذج، والنموذج ده يتبنى قضية بتاعت الحقوق، بما فيه أنه يكون فيه حق تقرير المصير لاستوائية، حق تقرير المصير لأبرنايل، وحق تقرير المصير لشنو؟ لبحر الغزال as a people. كويس؟ فقلنا نعمل تحالف شعبي جماهيري سميناه ندافة عشان ننظف البلد ده نظافة تمام يعني. بعد ذلك ندي الحرية للشعب يختار ويقرر المصير. وفكرة بتاعت ندافة دي بس طرح يعني it's just an idea. It is not my party, it's not the party of any particular individual، لكن ده هي فكرة بتاعت تحالف شعبي يتبنى على الهناية بتاعت الثلاثة الأقاليم، حق بتاعت الثلاثة الأقاليم، حق الاستوائية في تقرير المصير، حق البحر الغزال، حق أبرنايل في تقرير المصير. هم كمان عاوزين يقرروا المصير ده بيطرحوا بأفكار ثانية we don't worry about that. لكن قلنا شنو؟ أنه المعارضة لازم تكون معارضة حول البديل، يعني إحنا عاوزين نبدل النظام ده ونجيب نظام انتقالي. We remove the current regime and we bring it in its place a transitional government which will facilitate the process of how we sit down as a people عشان نقدر هي بتاعت التغيير اللي احنا عاوزينه. كويس؟ طبعا تكون في مبادئ احنا لازم نتفق حولها، عشان كده جبنا فكره بتاعت ندافه. What it is, it says new alliance، كويس؟ new alliance for democracy and freedom action. فالمرتكز بتاعته انه يعني democracy is about the will of the people. كويس؟ بعدين freedom action is about the action that we as the opposition groups, we as civil society, we as individuals can all come together في تلاهم جماهيري وباسم صوت الشعب عشان نجيب نظام هو نظام مثلا شنو؟ تغيير اساسا تغيير يعني عنده شرعيه.
طيب دكتور حكيم شكرا لذا، لكن انا داير اسالك سؤال باختصار شديد لانه انا قبل قلت 3 دقائق لانه هنجي مرين ثاني. هل دكتور حكيم مستعد ان ياتي بافكاره السياسيه دي لانضمامه لبعض الاحزاب السياسيه وبعض مثلا القوى المجتمع المدني لاعلان سياسي كويس جديد في جنوب السودان لمجابهه هذا النظام الموجود في جوبا؟ هل انت مستعد؟
ما هو الحكايه الموضوع ده كله حوار. It's about the ideas. كويس؟ احنا عندنا برنامج، احنا بنشترك في اي حوار كاستوائيين وبيصير صوت الشعب الاستوائي، ولازم يكون في شعب وكونستيتوينسي بتاعتنا يكونوا استوائيين عاوزين الحكايه ده، واحنا بنمشي بوه. احنا الهدف شنو؟ ان احنا عاوزين نتجنب الحرب، احسن نتجنب الحرب بازاله هذا النظام. كويس؟ ومن خلال ازاله النظام يكون في بديل، والبديل ده بيكون يعني اتس اجريد، وي اجري ذا برنسبلز بتاعت الالترناتيف، الخيار اللي احنا ماشيين له ده شو. كويس؟ as long as these are all for example we'll say انه البرنسبل بتاعتها المبادئ بتاعتها مبدا بتاع حق تقرير المصير لكل شعب يحق له حق تقرير المصير. معلومه يعني ليه ناس متخوفين منه؟
اوكي
ما انت عندي حق للناس ده. احنا لا بس يا اخو هنا بتاعتنا احنا عاوزين الشعب الاستوائي
دكتور
حق تقرير المصير بتاعته
دكتور
واحنا بنشترك في اي اعلان
دكتور
بنقدر نتكلم ونشارك في الاعلان.
يا دكتور عشان انا اختصر الديبيت او السؤال. يا دكتور انت تعلم تماما بانه لا يمكن انت قبل قلت ذاته في حديثك لا يمكن اعطاء كويس تقرير المصير ما لم انه الحكومه الموجوده دي في جوبا كويس تروح، وبعد ذاك حيكون فتره تقرير المصير تاتي مع القوى السياسيه اللي جات جديد بعد ما الناس لمت وطردت هذا النظام. فيبقى الهدف الاساسي هو ذهاب هذا النظام ويكون في مشروع سياسي جديد يجبه كل الاطراف من ضمنهم من الاطراف اللي حتى قد تنادي بالانفصال كويس لاعلان سياسي جديد في جنوب السودان نحو افاق المستقبل. وبعد ذاك ممكن
الاعلان ده بيتضمن ايه؟ الاعلان ده بيتضمن ايه؟ ما انا قاعد اقول انه الاعلان ده لازم يتضمن كويس يتضمن حق تقرير المصير لمن ينادي به كويس. احنا ما عندنا مشكله، ما احنا لازم نتعارف. يعني احنا هناخد برنامج بتاعنا، برنامج بتاع زول مثلا بيقول انه ما يكون في يعني مثلا هنا يعني اعتراف بحق تقرير المصير، احنا ما هنكون جزء منه. هذا الكلام الواضح، مع اساس ان احنا عاوزين نشيل النظام، وده ما لمصلحه بتاع طرف ولا طرف ثاني.
شكرا.
ده لمصلحتنا كلنا نتفق حوله.
شكرا دكتور حكيم، شكرا جزيلا. وانا بنرجع لك بعدين. طبعا حق تقرير المصير هو حق مشروع، حق مشروع ودستوري. ايوه حق مشروع. نعم دقيقه. حق مشروع ودستوري، حتى في دستور جنوب السودان انه معروف. وحق تقرير المصير ده اي زول عنده الحق انه يقرر مصيره ده يمشي كيف، لكن كيف انه نحن نجتمع كقوه سياسيه وكوحدات المجتمع المدني نحو خطاب سياسي جديد، اعلان سياسي جديد لكل الاحزاب السياسيه والحركات الموجوده او القوى المدنيه الموجوده في جنوب السودان كويس، مثلا مجابهه هذا النظام الموجود. ثم بعد ذلك الناس كلها تكتب حاجه ما تسمى المبادئ. هذه المبادئ الناس بتشوفها تتفق عليها، وبعد ذلك الناس ممكن تمشي لقدام. خلينا نمشي ده من الفاتح مايك بتاع جماعه.
لا في there is a concern from down. في ناس هناك داير كليتها كمان ترجم بالانجلش عشان العرب بتاعك ده كانوا كويس.
I think okay. I will go slowly. Okay. طيب sorry. So let me go to Dr. Al-Haj. So it's the same question that what I would like also Dr. Al-Haj to emphasize for in 4 minutes. Though Dr. Al-Haj, don't you think that the way how we are looking right now is the way like how you used to say that let's unite? What's the meaning of unity for you, Dr. Al-Haj? And if you see that, there is a lot of positions that are not united to work as one hand so that they can face this government. So for you, what do you think then? Is it the way for us to unite, and how can we unite to go further? Thank you.
Thank you, Mujazid. It's a very good question. I think it deserves an answer. I'll try to answer it, and hopefully that it makes sense. And if it doesn't, maybe some of the speakers will offer. Unity. When I talk of unity, I talk of unity within the concept of the state. And we must bear in mind the concept of the state is not Afrocentric, it's Eurocentric. It's an idea from the West, and it carries. And so unity for me means we all come together for the common good, because we are a country. So if we want a common good, we have to come together to make sure that our interests and our wishes can be achieved. Because in unity, you can have the strength and you can have the power to change things. And that is exactly what it is. Most of the people who are listening live in Europe, Australia, America. They live in the West, or even some in the Far East. If you see like here, every time election comes, if they don't want the government, the people will come together and vote out that government. That's a unity of purpose for common good, right? And we know that the government in South Sudan does not actually exercise any values of what a state should be. So we want a unity which will make me be able to trust you, Mujazid, to work together. Will make me trust Sabata to work together. Will make me to trust Pam to work together. and all the members, all the listeners here. A unity which gives us confidence that if we put our hands together, we are power. And just like Obama used to say in his campaign, yes, we can. Once we come together, we will have the power and we can do whatever we want. It will be very easy to achieve that. But I'm also mindful of the fact that oppressed societies or abused societies always cannot easily come together because of the nature of oppression on them mentally. So what is happening in South Sudan is not unique. It's not something that we cannot, but the conditions of oppression creates division, and it has created this division and has made us not to be able to listen carefully or even to think rationally. Because at the current situation, all of us here in the panel and the listeners, if we ask ourselves and say, who has got problems in South Sudan? All of us will say, if Kir finds each one of us, he'll get rid of us. Kir is selling the country. Kir is killing people. Blue House is doing this. Who are these people killed? All the other people. Our sisters are being raped. Our aunts are being raped. Our
Dictor,
yeah.
Dictor, you know, I really am looking for something. We already know that South Sudan is full of chaos, rape and killing and everything. That I want Dictor Al-Haj to answer me this question. That the unity of purpose, that what we are looking for. All right, that will be a unity. Every single person can stay in his party or in his movement, but they should look forward to join hands together so that to throw this government outside and to go for their new political dispensation. So that is my question for you. How can we achieve this, Dictoral Hajj? Because I think the mobilization of the political arena for us today, for us to join hands together for the right purpose, to look where the way forward than to look that there is killings, there is rape or whatever it is. So we can really win time. So answer me on that question, please.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. I was just bringing those issues because those are the issues that divide us. Those are these very issues that are the ones dividing us. And if we are going to unite, we need to emphasize them, but I'll put them aside now. Let's take the example of Ethiopia. In 1991, the Eritreans were fighting for separation. And there were many other political movements and parties in Ethiopia. For them to get rid of Mengistu, they agreed that the only way for us to get rid of Mengistu is we all come together and we agree to take Mengistu out. And once we have taken Mengistu out, all the other issues can be discussed. And what they did was they allowed Eritrea to talk. They allowed Eritrea to have their referendum to go, and then they instituted ethnic federalism. So South Sudanese know exactly what needs to happen. Let's all, nobody's saying you abandon your ideology. No. You Mujazib remain with your ideology. Let Lolaku remain with their ideology. Let Tito remain with his ideology. Let Rajab stay with his ideology. But let us say our common enemy. Our common enemy is Juba. We, on individual basis, we cannot. Rajab on his own cannot. I on my own cannot. Tito on his own cannot. You cannot. But if we all come together, we can take away that problem. Why is it difficult for us to understand that, yes, let's take that government out. Once we have taken it out, then we can sit down and configure the state that we want. Okay? And is unity really difficult to achieve? No, it's not difficult to achieve. It only needs us to organize conferences, all right, organize conferences and allow the heads of the different organizations or movements in South Sudan to come together and agree a way, and all of us will be united. Today, for example, if the leader of the separatists agrees, the separatists will be behind him. And if you, Mujazib, agrees, the people who support you will be behind you, and so on and so forth. We can all come to unity. Our leaderships all need to come together. But the way I look at it now, even with our brothers, the separatists, there are about 4, 5, 6 groups. It appears that unity is not even attainable within that group and with the others. So if we can understand that our survival rests on removing Juba, then I think we should do everything within our power, regardless of our ideologies, to remove Juba first and then sort out the mess later. Because the way it is, we will just all waste time, we will not succeed, and Juba will continue because it has the state power which it's using, and it has got people around.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Al-Haj. We'll come later on. There is some questions that would like to raise.
Can I ask?
Just, I will give you a chance, Sabata. I will give you a chance. That's good. You answer the question that what I was looking for, but I will come for the questions that later on, because we would like really the way forward where we see from this room that we should really fix things in order. Either oppositions, any kind of oppositions of movement or youth or women, they should organize themselves and they go and sit down and write something. And they have to come and present their own thing so that we can really sit as South Sudanese to go forward in the points that where we are thinking for. Then people, sitting, nobody is thinking. يعني انا داير اكون واضح في ناس بصراحه بس احنا فالحين للكلام لكن ما قادرين نقعد تحت عشان نقدر نخطط ونضع البوينتس اللي احنا شايفينه مهم. وزي ما قال دكتور الحاج المفروض نطلعوا في اجتماعات في مؤتمرات ونلموا يدينا مع بعض. لكن ما يهمنا انت تابع لبنو ولا تابع لأتو حزب ولا تابع لأتو حركه، ده ما يهمنا. يهمنا انه احنا هدفنا السياسي شنو في جنوب السودان، نحو اعلان سياسي جديد في جنوب السودان لتغيير هذا النظام. ده هو يهمنا هسه في الوقت الحالي. فهل يهمنا بانه احنا نجي ونغير كل الاحزاب بتاعتنا والحركات بتاعتنا المسلحه دي؟ لا، اي حزب يقعد في طريقته، لكن نجي في هدف واحد اللي هو شغل معين نتفق عليه جميعا نحو مستقبل. برادر Sabata, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, my question to Dr. Al-Haj, brother. Suppose all these entities, entities Al-Nas Separatists, Nas Mulu, Nas EPA, Equatorial Advocacy Foundation, Nas Mujasib, we all write letters to you, Al-Assassino. We are here, Halas. We want to unite. Doctor. Now, what strategy do you have right now as an remove more or carry other indication Mariande? Strategy.
Okay. All right. It seems I've got to repeat myself again. In South Sudan, we in the social media are not the only fighters. I think we need to be very clear about that. On the ground, there are people who are fighting in a different way. And so when I call for the unity that I call for, it does not mean that we in the diaspora, or if you are in the diaspora, you are going to have to find difficulty of what we agree. Because it's like this. If we hold a conference of South Sudanese and we invite all the organizations, those on the ground, and everyone who's in here, including those on the boots on the ground, if they come and we say our objective is to see our main enemy out, and we all agree on that, everything will be very clear. Because those with boots on the ground will be working in sync with us. And we will contribute whatever material, whether it is intellectual material, whether it is financial material, whether it is whatever material that each one of us can, towards objective. And that's not difficult. Then action can start, and or whatever action that was there can now be strengthened to pick up and continue. But let us take also a situation like that in Sudan, which happened when the people in Eastern Sudan started the demonstration. Because they were in sync with all the Sudanese that they would go to on the road, they collaborated with the trade unions on the ground, they collaborated with the medical union on the ground. So the medical union was able to offer support to those demonstrating or those hurt, and the bigger union was able to provide finances, to mobilize finances around transport, and also influence members of the armed forces. And so a change happened in Khartoum. It's not necessary that we have to do the changes in paper. So I think Hakim did talk about it. And if you take that idea from Hakim and you took the way I said it, if all of us agree, it becomes easy. The task becomes easier and the power becomes stronger. And I can assure you, Kir can be out of office within a very, very short period. But if we remain divided the way we are, and we think that each and every party or organization or political movement is going to do it alone, I'm afraid we might not reach there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I will give a chance to Sister Pamela over there. She can also give chances for those who come up to ask questions. And then later on, we'll come and ask our questions.
I think Mr. Sito is available right now, so why don't you go ahead and ask him the question?
Okay.
Because he's not at home, and then we can. Okay,
I would like to ask Tito totally another question who is different, because I saw Dr. Hakim answer that and Al-Haj as well. Let me ask Tito this question. That way we see that is also a question that is very important. So, Ustaz Tito, what do you think then? What is the strong points that you think the way forward can fix South Sudan, and they can fix also, you know, the oppositions, and they can fix also the civil society, to look, you know, in front of them that the regime in Juba is the strong problem, so that they can go further. So what do you think about that? And how can you comment on that? What is the strong points for the way forward, really, to kick this regime outside, either by, you know, the civil society or the opposition? That way we see. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Don't laugh. I'm very serious about this question, by the way.
No, I'm going to give you my straight answer.
Yes.
I'm not going to beat around the bush. You know, there is no magic bullet to fix the problem of South Sudan. Like I said earlier, there are only two ways to remove the government. Mark the last time. Either the opposition and armed the opposition, they should come together and remove the regime in Juba by force, or other opposition, whether they're outside or inside, civil society, should organize trade union, students, mobilize the streets to go on protest demonstration, like what happened to that. So now I see two options possible. Both of them are bigger, under the circumstances. My personal opinion, not going to act. It will take some time for them to come together. Why? Because of tribal sentiment that is prevalent. Everybody see it in Clubhouse and Facebook, back at home. South Sudanese are polarized on tribal basis. That's a fact no one can deny. Even those opposition, you can see if Malonga one says, how can I be under Equatorian who is Equatorians are cowards? That's his word, not my word. He cannot align himself with somebody like Thomas, and Shuluk, who are really what, So it becomes very difficult and unrealistic for opposition at this moment to come together. I don't see it. Maybe others see it, but I don't see it. Whether armed or unarmed opposition. Unless something drastic happens, somebody, comes up acceptable to the opposition on the tribal, lines to unite them and then offer an alternative. That, okay, I am here, let us do this, either by fighting or, to mobilize the street. But the way I see it, there's no way to mobilize the street because supporters of the government, they are not going to accept that. All of us, we have seen, So realistically, we can say, opposition should come together, people should come, we should come. They have tried times and times and times, and I don't see it coming soon. Like I said, I'm not one of the armed groups or other opposition. Therefore, I don't know their positions. I know there's a Soma, and then there's the other group, group of separatists, group of what. So to bring all this conflicting group together is not an easy task. It's not an easy task. I don't know how it's going to happen, but my reading is not going to happen anytime soon unless a third party comes from, regional powers like IGAD or one of the neighboring countries or one of the, traffic countries to bring them all together somewhere in a meeting and tell them, guys, opposition, armed and unarmed, this is what we want you to do, and we can help you. Maybe something like that. If it happens, well and okay. But opposition alone, قال برام يجي كده يتوحد عشان يشيل الكلام ده يشيل الحكومة برا. It's not going to happen, Mujazif. I'm not going to deceive myself. I'm not going to lie to you, to give you nice words. Kalam ta siyasa da. I'm a spirit person. Coming to the system of government, I prefer federal system of government, whether it is presidential or parliamentary. Parliamentary is weak. Because even if advanced countries like Italy, since Second World War until today, Italy formed six government. Recently, we have seen in Israel, there is no single party that can win majority. ما بالك في دولة زي جنوب السودان قاعد بقبائل قاعد بعشائر. There will not be any single political party to win a majority or even to form a coalition. So a presidential form of government could be better. Maybe somebody, suggested rotational presidency between the regions, whatever regions that people are going to agree on it. It is a long, long way. I don't have a silver bullet to give you a suggestion that this is the best way for the opposition to unite and remove the government. I don't see it coming soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me, Pam, before just to give you a bike, I have to put Tito in some angle here, in some corner, so that he can answer me these questions. So, by the way, Ustaz Tito, by saying some people, they have to come from somewhere, from heaven or from IGAD, to come and put South Sudanese together so that they can tell them, oh, you guys come join hands together so that you can go and remove these kind of things. I think this is the way, like it means that they anihna kaslanin. By the way, I want to make this in Arabic. ده بمعنى ده كسل سياسي، ده كسل فكري، كونه ان احنا كابناء جنوب السودان مفكرين سياسيين غير سياسيين كويس، ناس بتاع مجتمع مدني، ما نقدر نقعد ونفكر بانه كيف نحن نحل مشاكلنا وكيف نقدر نجتمع كويس في قوة سياسية معينة لإعلان سياسي معين في جنوب السودان، كونه ان احنا ننتظر الناس الثانيين عشان يجي يشتغلوا لنا. That's why we are in chaos. That's why we are in chaos. But we should have our own power to think and to give ideas. راس لازم يشتغل، نفكر كيف اننا نلم بعضنا، كيف الناس تجتمع، شنو السبب اللي قاعد يخلي انه الناس ما قاعد تلم مع بعض. What is the reason of that? This is one thing, Ustaz Tito. And the other thing that what I would like to say also, I don't believe 3 times I will say this to all the South Sudanese, that, the oppositions, those who are outside now, they are tribalistic oppositions. I don't believe about that at all. All right? And we should put in our mind also that we really don't care about the supporters of the government, because they have to work day and night. And me, as oppositions, I have to work day and night to know that the way, how can I achieve, the goal of our citizens and our people, those who are suffering in South Sudan. That is the point. But as Dr. Al-Haj said, everybody should stay with his ideology, but let's come and meet in purpose, and let's put hands together, than to say that, no, wallahi, we cannot see anything that to happen in South Sudan within, 2 months or 6 months or 2 years. No. That is not the way how we can think. Otherwise, if we think like that, then what is the need for us to come and day and night to talk about? Yeah, this is Sito. I'm just comment. I just wait. I will give you a chance.
No, because I'm going inside now.
Yeah.
I'll just be listening. Yeah, just give me 2 minutes. I'm going, but I'll be listening. And if there's something I can, أنا ممكن أساسا من نازل وأنا أطلع برا وأقول حاجة. Okay?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah. No problem.
Okay. Yeah, just quick. I understand your point, Mujahid. We all. Okay. All right. Sorry. Yeah, I understand your point. We have to think outside the box. But Mujahid, I give you one example, and still I will give you the same example. If somebody is saying, I don't want to work with so because he comes from this region, and I consider him or them cowards, I can work with cowards. Somebody said these people are useless. That's one. On the other hand, you have other opposition, Equatorial nationalists or separatists. They want Equatoria. Some of them you heard, they're saying, we are not South Sudanese. We don't want to talk about South Sudan. We want Equatoria. But I'm not referring to Dr. Hakim. I haven't heard that from him. But somebody alluded here, separatists, they have so many groups, 3, 4, 5 groups. Even still, they are not united. Now, how are we going to bring them together realistically, Mujahid? That's my point. Do you think that it is easy? It is not easy, yes. What will it take to bring all these conflicting groups in one part, to meld them, and to come up with one idea? Unless, you use a stick and carrot, that's why I suggested, unless there's a third party. Because we failed, Mujahid. We failed. Up to now, I will say we failed. The South Sudanese intellectuals, politicians, opposition, we failed to come together. We could not agree. Then when are we going to agree? How many years now since the war started in 2013? People have been talking, we want to remove Kir from office, we want to remove Kir, agreements, this and that, So these are the points that I'm raising. These are the concerns that I see. We can talk about it. You know,
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll be listening.
Yeah. Thank you. Anyway, thank you. I will give the microphone for our sister Pam over there. But anyway, I am totally don't agree. I am very optimistic. And I know that if we sit down and we think and want to do something, we can do it. But if we are lazy and we cannot do, that is the way how we are right now. I think now, South Sudan is not a cup of tea. We are all here. We join hands together and come and talk about this. What make it difficult for all the South Sudanese to have a single platform to come and put what they are thinking for the way forward for their country? So, Sister Pam, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Mujasef. And it's good to be optimistic, especially when it comes to our country. But before I go ahead and give the mic to Morbe to speak, I'm going to give a chance to Brother Sabata to answer the same question. Sabata, the mic is yours.
أيوة شكرا بام إنت هون قاس معنا نضيف ما نسمع فوق هنا.
أنا بسمع clear لكن أنا ما أعرف كم مجاسي بسمع.
It's okay. It's very clear because I'm very optimistic. It have to be very clear for all the South Sudanese. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. So you're
okay. Okay. Thank you very much. You see, at this point, I agree with my brother Tito in one thing. And in fact, ita can answer Tito already. This is pretty much the same answer already. Even though based upon brother Tito suggested an assassin, there has to be a third party coming in from outside. And he said maybe IGAD or something. Like he was not very specific. But I was specific when I said it has to be a UN and in a program akin or similar in character to trusteeship. Why? Because of all the reasons I'll Tito would give. Right now, Hajalana Gelahisu is Anna South Sudanese, and even though while we should maintain all the strategies that are available right now on the table, we should also employ the strategy that UN trusteeship. But it was very clear from a number of responses here, the approach, the model with the UN trusteeship is not an acceptable thing. Okay, suppose it is not an acceptable thing, because to me, why UN? Because I feel as though UN is a stronger body. It is a strong third-party body that has the ability to polarize power without clear out from Junub Sudan if they choose to do that, if they choose to come under trusteeship program. But now if you are saying no, completely no, absolutely no, you close that door completely. What other option are you left with? You are only left with the option to deal with Kir. Now, the question here is there capacity? Now, capacity is all based on if. Yani you need a prerequisite condition to exist for you then to implement the changes at ASEAN. This is based on the fact that Itayao can give Shilu UN Barak and you want to implement it yourself. So you deal with Kir and power with that Kir. Now the question here is, what forces do we have? How many years have we been all this time talking about how do we remove Kir? How do we remove Kir? We talk of unity. Yes. Is this unity going to come? Is it going to when? Oh, let us just unite. How many years? We continue good hopes. And I know the unity is intended as maybe it will help in mobilization of resources. Okay. If people go to Dr. Yak and ask Dr. Yak how much he has spent in the struggle to take Kir out, how many forces he has lost, how many did he start with? Arms are no Kanindu. All this capacity are no Kanindu, and it didn't work out. Yahola, this thing sometimes it needs people to be flexible. But if you block your mind in only one way, then we will deal with those kind of thinking.
And then the other thing Alana has to conclude more is, Alana ideas that has been laid down here, those ideas will not work without power backing it. I know we think like politicians. We think like politicians, but like it seems to realize we do not have the necessary tools to have ideas aligned with mind in the federalism. If you want to implement federalism, you need that force, that power behind you to come in and to drag the other person out so that then ideas with that federalism, then you can implement it. But if you don't have that power, then you will continue singing about even system to federalism. All right. So we are in a situation where we need to employ every strategy and see around. Like in Kanzel, you go for mind to Al Assassino, there is going to be unity. And when the unity happens, we are going to put our resources together. We will get clear out. Good luck. Thank you, Anabisi.
Yeah, but Brother Sabata, let me ask you this. Brother Sabata, don't you think Kir is powerful because he get also, some partners, those who are helping him to be powerful? This is one that I would like you to know that. So if the people, they are really working harder to achieve something, so that unity what we are looking for, or that platform where there are people there are. So people, yeah, all right. So Kir is using the resources of Wita Dola. But don't you think that if you can give a guarantee also for some countries and they see that you are powerful with your own citizens, those who are real, stand about your political mobilization and everything, that there is a lot of countries they can stand with the people to go further. So why don't you think on that side? And even you are thinking about also United Nations. So how can United Nations come and help the people in South Sudan if cannot see all the South Sudanese, they are joining hands together, said that these people, they have problems?
كلام أنسى أول بأول. بتعرف شنو مجازف عشان تبجا وصلوا لمرحلة لهذه إنت يكون in the control of resources. وإنت rebel, if you have the capacity, عليكم على مجازف, let us see على أساس إنه في مناطق واقع هنا ناس كايا كل واقع where there are resources in كايا واجد بشكل زي human nature with the people. When those kind of advances are being made, people will come. It is a manshufta yamda kan IO nas kan jawa IO kutare ashan shunu. Ashan people were saying al assassin there was advances, there were troops going towards Juba or Hajat Bashik. Then people started running around and started rallying. Okay? But sometimes the truth must be said. If sometimes people stagnant for a very long time, azoli tabjeli go nas tanin biya kita busy mahajat tu montanin alfi. Lalu umbika gaya no kano the tunnel on the other opposite side is bleak. I lost hope. I'm discouraged. But these are realities that we are dealing with. And the sad part is, if you are discouraging some other options, I'll come back there because you are only hopeful on one module, I'll make the light on the other tunnel. That is the problem. So it makes us to become idealists. We are not practical people. You see, we can furnish ideas on papers and make them sound good, but are they feasible? Can they be attained where we are right now? Second, with respect to Kalam al-Gidala the UN can be employed. Have we even tried? America, Canada, Europe. We can form all these kind of organizations that can carry advocacies in one voice. Have we even tried? Or we have always put in our minds, Al-Assassin, we just don't want UN? Because Anna Sabata believe Al-Assassin with UN, my UN carry all the rights of the people. He built up the Hakim bonus about rights of the people, right for self-determination. Muni member of the UN General Assembly, you qualify for those rights.
So if you have UN sitting inside there, then all those rights are on the table. Then everything that you people want, including even the right for self-determination, is already on the table. My UN had a guide, you know. So that becomes a roadmap for you to achieve your goals. But if you reject them, then you have Kir in front of you. You deal with Kir. Is that what you want? Is that a good strategy? وبعدين في واحد جبال ونسوا على اساسين يا اخي other examples على اساسين UN زمان هو بدي example the 1940s 1950s كده أنا principle UN شغال فوق هسه UN في أوقات ده يعني right now principles بتاع democracy accountability وحاجات بشكل زي ده at least to a certain degree we will say can be trusted. You have UN will make sure those rights are being implemented, because if they don't, the world is also watching. They will be criticized. يعني حتى كان في النهاية ما عمل تكون حاجات كله perfect، لكن at least هو نشيل لهم كير برا. You have other options now, because having UN there is a strategy of taking Kir bara. But if you continue to reject UN, you will deal with Kir. If you have the capacity, good luck. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Brother Sabata. Brother Mujassif, do you have more questions for Sabata?
No. You go ahead with the with the platform, and also I would like to welcome Mr. Ambassador Emmanuel Ajawin with us here, Chairman of Indian Patriotic Front and the General of Soma. Go ahead, Pam. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and give the mic to Morbe. If you have a question or a comment, you may go ahead. The mic is yours.
شكرا مام. يعني أنا عندي كومنت بسيط، يعني ما بطير يمكن دقيقتين 3 دقيقة، لكن في بداية كلام نشكر كل الإخوة الموجودة في المنصة والبعض من الإخوة الموجودة تحت المنصة. يعني the way forward وأنا في جنوب السودان من فكرة بداية أنا إنه جنوب السودان ده ما بيكون جنوب السودان اللي كان في 60 ناس قاعدين يحبوا بعض في الستينيات في الخمسينيات، يعني 1950 60 ما بيكون. جنوب السودان ده انتهت يا جماعة. جنوب السودان ده انتهت. جنوب السودان عنده 2 خيار، إما يقسم الدول، إما نحن نعيش في الحرب لما لا نهاية. لأنه يعني ابن الدول الجاي عشان يساعد جنوب السودان جاي بمصالح، جاي لاحتلال، جاي يشيلوا الريسورسز بتاعنا، هم بخلينا نكون في الحرب. دي مصلحة بتاع ناس الايكونومي اليوم في الدنيا، استثمار اقتصادي، نحن دايرين نعرف ده. يبقى انه التغيير بتاع حكومة في جنوب السودان، ده التغيير ده بنغيروه بقوة. لازم القوة يا بغير، والقوة اللي بيغيروا حكومة ده إن الجنوبيين يتفق. سؤال: هل الجنوبيين بيتفق عشان يشيلوا حكومة ده؟ بالنسبة لي أنا لا، الجنوبيين ما حيتفق، لأنه كل جنوبي ما دار يقعد تحت زول ثاني. نحن في جريد إيكوتوريا دارنا نقول لكم دور ده لو جنوب السودان ده دار يمشي في السلام، دور ده ما بكون تحتية كبيرة في جنوب السودان إلا نحن إيكوتوريين بس. لو الأصل هذا أو لو إدارة بتاع جنوب السودان ده بصلوا لجريد إيكوتوريا، أكيد في منفذ صغير كده هيطلع. يمكن لو قبائل جنوب السودان تقبل إنه هذه الإدارة لازم تسلم لأبناء جريد إيكوتوريا، غير ده نحن ما بنرضى أبدا بأي تغيير اللي نحن ما ترى فيه في أوائل on the top. يبقى وين التغيير الغير غيره بقوة. تغيير لا تغيره بقوة أنا بتفق مع تيتو، لكن الرأي بتاعي أنا إخواني ما في وحدة. لو بارغزال بقدر ينظموا وحدة بتاعهم قوي، على النيل بقدر ينظم وحدة بتاعهم قوي، استوائية بقدر ينظم وحدة بتاعهم قوي. خلينا نشيلوا سلاح، خلينا نشيلوا حجر، خلينا نشيلوا عصاية، كلنا نمشي هناك نشيلوا حكومة دي برا. لو شلنا حكومة دي برا نيجي نقعد في ترابيزة نتفق إنه نشيل جنوب السودان برا الأمان كيف. لكن إذا أنتم بتتكلموا إنه الجنوبية هيجي في وحدة كل في دور واحد عشان يحاربوا سال بخير، ده كذب، ما ده كذب أنفسهم. نحن نعيش في الحرب، ما في خيال. ده الفرصة الوحيدة بالنسبة لي أنا بينظروا كده. لو بارغزال وعلى نيل الاستوائية اتفقوا إنه يوحدوا أنفسهم، شوف هيطلعوا زول هناك المادر وحدة ده عشان يشيلوا كير برا. ده زول المهم بيليزوا برا والبقية يمشي قدام ما باقي جنوبين في استوائية وفي بارغزال وعلى نيل. أكيد بيطلع. لكن إذا نحن في داعية إعلامية في سياسة في جنوب السودان، أكيد في موت يحكون كثير، ريسورسز قاعد يشيلوا بلد قاعد يبيعوا برا. يعني ما هنقول كده. إيبن مثل بسيط بس قناع جنجولي، كلمة سيرين دي يجيبوا مكانه وحفظوا قناعته الليل. شوف ده في جنوب يابي إيكوتوريا ما بتجي من إيكوتوريا عشان يجي إلا تل القوانا يا بتجي قوانا بتجري إيكوتوريا يا بتجي عشان يجي يساندوا ناس الواقفين تحفل في تكنا الجنوب. نحن جريد إيكوتوريا قدامنا ما فيه كفاية في جنوب السودان، ما فيه كفاية. دور ما بنرد أنا ما عندي كتير وحدة بتاع جنوب السودان ده ما في وحدة عشان نحن بنواحد عشان يشيلوا كان عشان يطردوا سال بخير، نطردوا سال بخير من الكرسي. ده وحدة ده ما داخلين فيه. صوت بتاع سفراتيس في السوشيال ميديا وصل لأبنائنا بتجريد إيكوتوريا واحد في كل باب. من الصعب نحن ذاته اللي بيتكلم في سفرات تجريد إيكوتوريا، من الصعب عشان نراجع صوت ده نقول خلاص انتوا يا اخواننا اتكلوا عن رند اخذكم. نحن دور ما بنتكلم عن حقنا في جريد إيكوتوريا. انتوا دايرين تحكموا جنوب السودان، دايرين تحكموا جنوبين، دايرين تحكموا جنوب السودان. ده إيكوتوريا في مقدمة، ودايرين نجربوا انه تعالوا ورانا وشوف نحن بنعمل في شنو في جنوب السودان. مجازي انا ما عندي كثير، انا بكلي فرصه لايكوا ده وش النظره بتاعي كان بطال ولا كويس انا ما بعرف للناس، لكن ما أنا زمن طويل. ربنا يدي حياه لكل واحد ويشوف الحديث بتاعنا في السوشيال ميديا كله كان بينفع. السوشيال ميديا ده نحن قعدنا فيه برادا إدوارد ومجازي بنت ذات في وحده بتاع جنوب السودان ما راجع. يعني ده حاجه انتم دايرين، يعني نحن دايرين نغيروا. لو انتم سياسيين ومفكرين دايرين تغيروا الفكره ذاتها.
Can you conclude please?
يعني شكرا. يعني السياسيين ذاتهم يغيروا حاجه، لو ما ماشي غيروا لحاجه ثانيه، شوفوا حاجه ثانيه بينفع. انا بشكركم، انا بجيب هنا وندي الفرصه للاخرين. شكرا.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to move you to the audience and move to the next speaker. Khamis, the mic is yours. You can go ahead, and the topic today is the way forward. Welcome.
شكرا مدام بام ودكتور الحاج والأستاذ مجازف والأخ سباتا ودانيال ولوكل وحكيم داريوف وتيتو وأستاذ المولانا إيمانويل أجعون وجمهور تحت. أنا بس جاي أجاوب السؤال اللي إنه مجازر طرح إنه كيف إن الحكومة دي تنحل لسبب هذا جيت فيه. أنا بشوف إنه يعني عشان إن الحكومة دي تسكت يعني بتمر بعمل يعني تضامن اللي هو أول حاجة يعني عندنا الجناح المسلح والعمل الدبلوماسي. الاثنين دائما هم اللي تسقط الحكومة. زائد لما يكون في العمل الدبلوماسي وفي الجناح المسلح في الأرض، هنا الطرف الثالث اللي هو جبال سأتذكر إنه سلطة الوصايا ممكن تتدخل عبر لمنظومة الأمم المتحدة. ليه السبب اللي أنا قلت كده ليه؟ لأن إحنا عارفين إنه الدولة لما تولد في المجتمع الدولي يعني بتولد عبر شنو؟ عبر إضراف المجتمع الدولي. إذا لما إن المجتمع الدولي تعترف بهذه الدولة، فالدولة دي لما إنه يعني ما بتقدر إنه تدير الدولة دي لأن السلطة فاشل موجود الشعب والأرض. فهنا بتحصل مسألة إنه بالذات يعني في عامل ثالث إنه هو الانتفاضة الشعبية. أنا بس أتذكر الانتفاضة الشعبية لما تكون قوية بتعبر عن احتجاجه ضد المظالم الموجودة، والشعب ده لما يشوف إن الانتفاضة الشعبية في الخارج هم بيقوم وهم كذلك إنه بيقوم بنفس العملية حتى بطريقة غير مباشر، هنا اوريدي المجتمع الدولي بيلقى انه شنو كل الملفات الموجوده عبر هذه الدوله يعني العمل الدبلوماسي قدموا في المحافل الدوليه، فبالتالي وكذلك ان الجناح المسلح تحت شغال، فهنا الحكومه حتلقى نفسها ان شنو محصوره، وبالتالي المجتمع الدولي ممكن تتدخل اما تضع الدوله ده عبر الوسائل. اول حاجه حيخط الدوله دي في مساله عدم الاشتراك بهذه الحكومه، وبتجبر الحكومه دي انه لازم تقعد مع الشعب بتاعه عشان تصل للحل. فدي دي الدور بتاع انه المجتمع الدولي قبل ما تضع الدوله دي تحت الوسائل بتفرض على هذه الحكومه عبر القطع علاقات دبلوماسيه، واجبر الحكومه لازم تقعد. لما تيجي تقعد بعدين انه الشعب هم بعدين في موقف القوه، هم اللي بعدين بيمل اجدته انه كيف الحكومه دي انه مثلا تدار ويسقط هذه الحكومه. فبالتالي اذا فشلت بعد الدوله دي هتخطوها في الدور الوصيه الدولي. عشان كده انا بتفق مع الاخ سباتي انه يعني الثيرد بارتي اللي انا هو السلطه الشرعيه والفعليه انه ولدت هذه الدوله، وممكن هو ممكن بتضع هذه الدوله تحت وصايا، او ممكن بيفرض عدم الاشتراك بهذه الحكومه، او ممكن بيخط انه بشكل الحكومه في الخارج. فالحكومه في الخارج بعدين ممكن عبر وصايا ولا ممكن الوئر تكون موجوده، والسلطه اللي متكونه في الخارج بينزل في الارض الواقع بعد ذلك انه سلطه مراقبه المجتمع الدولي انه تضع دوله القانون والمؤسسات والدستور الدائم، وزي ما شفنا حصلت في العراق وبعد الدول. شكرا.
Thank you, Maulana Khamis. Before we go to Safir Emmanuel, I'm going to give a chance to Lalaku because I want to give Safir Emmanuel enough time for him to put his comments. So I think Lalaku had an interjection or a comment based on what Sister Sita said. So I'm going to give you 3 minutes, Lalaku, to respond to that, and then we'll continue to Emmanuel Ajamin.
Okay, thank you, Pam. You know, I consider every opinion, but the reality is where it takes us matters. And I accept every opinion that comes in. As I said from the beginning, that when we come here, we do not come with nothing, but we come when there is something that needs us. And if there is something that needs us, we must prepare ourselves that whatever comes has a space to work in. And if anything is proposed for that purpose. If it is opposed, it is not opposed for the sake of hatred.
but it is also opposed in the area that someone might have observed. And if idea is also opposed, it is not disintegrating us again, nor we see like that is the conclusion. I see like this is a meeting. We are discussing ideas, and all will be there noted. You know, some people are coming also proposing what has been opposed. It is not a problem. We also say it that anything that we will agree upon, we will work on as long as it is not taking us back. So we have to understand that our problem doesn't need anyone to come from out to handle it. The suffering we have in the country, everyone have known it. We have felt it ourselves. Our neighbors have seen, but they cannot do anything. Only we, South Sudanese, and even today, if we start also to talk about Equatoria, it's only Equatorians who will do it. There is no one outside Equatoria who will do something that Equatorians need. It is only Equatorians. So everyone who has come up today or before discussing issues and protesting the leadership of Salva Kiir and the SPLM has reasons. There is no one who is following someone in protesting. There are reasons. And if it is true that everyone has reasons that made him or her to protest the government of Kiir and the SPLM, then that reasons should be the unity we are talking of. The reasons you have should be the reasons that will force you to unite and get power with someone who has the same reasons of protest to achieve your goals. I understand for sure reaching to that level is very hard. Uniting is a problem, and I know most of these people, they talk out of experience of what they have seen. And the truth, people say it, we live by history. But we can also break the circle of history as long as we need it. If we want. If we need it, we can break the circle of history and we'll begin a new chapter. For how long people have been quiet? And we have seen now for how long people have started talking. Are we still keeping quiet? We have started talking. That is a new journey. The time for silence has gone. We have started talking. That means there is a growth of new spirit. So if we also need to develop a new spirit, that we broke all those trends of this unity we had before, and we come together, we will choose. We are not uniting that we need to fire a bullet, but we will unite for the purpose we want, and we will choose. If today they have removed all the guns in Juba, and then they have taken the tear gas to suppress the protesters, then it will also be a better approach you will use. Then if we see there is no tear gas, there is a live bullet in Juba, then we'll also see where we will start to demonstrate. So we will have anything that is good for us. I understand in this platform, we are not talking here as opposition. We are not talking here as common citizens. But there are others who are government supporters. If we talk here, we are bringing just some light issues. We cannot even enter in and discuss the strategies of oppositions. Because if you give your strategies before your enemy, then you are selling your ideas. So to me, I didn't see we have made a conclusion here. If we need to discuss these issues into details, identify the oppositions, let us get the head, let us capture the leaderships of all these opposition, pure oppositions, whether for the separation of any region, as long as we are opposition, let's first hold ourselves together. The heads and their secretaries, they have to meet, they discuss, they go back to their group, sell the ideas to the group, discuss with their groups, find opinions from them. The reality is the reasons must be defined. One of my colleagues told me 3 days ago that the Southernism is not even in our hearts. That is why we cannot manage South Sudan. And I agree. If we are also oppositions, then we protest the government. But we don't have reasons that can make us to unite to push the government. Then the reasons that we have are not real reasons. We must have reasons that really burns us, that we need the person to go. Whether with bare hands, whether we will die, whether we live alive, we must unite and we must achieve our goal. That is the meaning we are talking of. So it is not like we need to really pour everything out at the moment. But if the idea will work, identify the heads of every opposition now. If you have really, you have a belief that you have reasons in your protest, come up as the leader. All the leaders come together and then create the strategies. If you want to get a leader that can lead that group in that particular time, it will be now from the group. There is no one now who has already assumed the leadership of opposition, to me, I think. But it will be with the respect from the leaders. And then you create a new ground on how the operation will be done. And the approach, if you want to go militarily, you want to use a civil organization, you want to use trusteeship, it will all work as long as there is a common force. There is coordination and contribution. Cooperation is there. So to me, it is not a problem. It is very hard, of course, I agree, but I know as long as we talk, if we need it, we can still create a possibility. It will not be all. I know some will not accept, but those who will accept, and then you put the power together, at the end of the day, you will find yourself all in one place. The issues of Malong has been a very, very, very huge case. There is no one who can even believe that Malong can be an opposition. No one can believe. And no one can even tell up to today that Malong is an opposition. But Malong is there to hide his crimes. He's not an opposition. So we should not bring Malong to the issue of opposition. I'm not really any of the opposition as great, but my sentiments that I have developed in my heart and the situation I have seen that the South Sudanese are undergoing made me to speak. And if I speak like this, because I know that there is not any single person that has the capacity to create any workable idea to remove Kir. Because we have brought many examples, we have brought IOs, we have brought what with the huge examples. That is true. But unless we unite, even if we unite, we will come with all these ideas. Whether we'll say, okay, we cannot manage, we need UN to take over from Kir with our influence, it will work. But the reality is, if we did not unite, this idea of trustees came some years back, 2015 or 17 there, I think. But it fails. Why? Because it was not our common idea as suffering people of South Sudan. So up to today, the idea is under the pillow. But if we come all as oppositions, and then it is documented, it is presented, it will work. So when we say we have to unite, it is not to push people. Maybe we wanted Sudan or South Sudan by force, or we want whoever by force, but to pursue our interests on whatever we want. That is briefly what I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Lolaku. So I'll go ahead and then welcome Zafir Emmanuel Ajawin. The mic is yours. You can go ahead and contribute. You seem to be in the matrix. No, we can't hear you. You're in the matrix. Can you try speaking again? No, we can't hear you. Do you want to try leaving the room and come back and see if that will help?
Yeah, this is Daniel here. If he's still out, I can try to give an input if that's...
No, he's back. He's back. Let's try.
He's back. So hold on 1 second. I'll give you a chance, Daniel, after Zafir Emmanuel. Zafir Emmanuel, can you go ahead? Try to open your mic because it's closed.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you nice and clear.
Okay, thank you, Sister Pam. And also let me take the opportunity to greet all your learned panelists and moderators on this forum. And also let me greet the audience that have been also faithfully listening to the discussion. The topic is pertinent and is important and is timely. I remember 2 weeks ago, I happened to be in New York in one of the round tables. It had the international dimension, and also it has South Sudanese political groups and also civil society. And the topic is the way forward. What is the way forward regarding South Sudan? And today, you also are talking about the way forward, which means there is already a consensus that the things and the political, social, economical situation in our country is unbearable. And hence everybody is looking to the way forward, be it the people of South Sudan or the international community or the friends of South Sudan. I would like to interject on two parameters. One is to talk about the unity of purpose, or what we may call the unity of the compatriots and revolutionaries who are yearning for change and not for political, economical, social change, and not looking for a change as in dollar. And also I will try to comment on Brother Sabata propositions. He's been always putting this forth, and we had many discussions regarding it. That is trusteeship. But let me start with trusteeship because it's not controversial and it's straightforward. I happen to work in the UN for the last 8 to 9 years. So I'm quite exposed to the UN kind of policies and international law, and also their policies towards member state countries. Trusteeship as a chamber, it used to be very effective in 60s and 70s. The purpose of it is to help in the process of decolonization so that countries could attain their independence. It acted as a transition from colonialism before a total independence. You had trusteeship of many countries. You have also, I think, Sri Lanka or one of the countries in a specific, Timor-Leste was one of the examples. Now, there are no countries, in my understanding, that are under colonialism. The issues of trusteeship comes when countries have been colonized. The chamber of the trusteeship now in the UN has since been closed long time ago. It's not even operational. So when you talk about trusteeship, you're talking about something that the door has been closed, the chamber, and the keys have already been thrown away. The chamber of trusteeship inside the United Nations in New York has now been turned into what you call the chamber for the Millennium Development Goals and all these kind of things. So no one talks about trusteeship any longer because there are no countries present that I know of that are under colonialism. South Sudan and the people of South Sudan are not under any colony. What you have in South Sudan is a political oppression, political domination, political exploitation of the people of South Sudan by a tribalistic, fascistic elite that sits in Juba. Now, if you want to build a case of what you call trusteeship, there has never been an example, and I need Sabata to give me an example, of an independent republic that because of due to their domestic politics and disagreement and civil war, that UN will come and put it under its wing of trusteeship. What we know is that the United Nations now, they are only involved in peacekeeping. And even in the peacekeeping operations, the country that is concerned must consent to the peacekeeping force to be sent to its territories. If you talk about Darfur UNMIT or UNMIS in South Sudan, or even in Congo and other places where you have the United Nations peacekeeping forces there, they go there with the consent of the mother country. It is not that UN will just come to South Sudan or to any country. So I did.
Secretary Emmanuel, you're in the matrix again. No, we can't because you're in the matrix again. If you're using a headphone, try to take it off and let's see if that can fix the problem. Yeah, your voice is not clear. You're in the matrix. It's like it's cutting off.
Sister Pam, let me say something so that when Secretary Emmanuel comes back, he will basically answer me on what I have said.
Okay.
What I have said earlier is I said a program akin to trusteeship. I think I mentioned earlier that trusteeship has been stopped in 1994, 1996. But I said a program akin that is similar in character to trusteeship. Now, why did I say that? I said that because I am 100% confident and sure that...
Mama, I'm back now. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I think Sabata just want to comment on something that he did not say. Go ahead, Sabata, explain it to him.
Yeah, yes. So, Brother Emmanuel, what I proposed earlier was not trusteeship, but I said a program akin to trusteeship that is similar in character.
Like what? Just give me an example like what?
Hold on. Let me explain, please.
No, I will let you go on. I just wanted to know. You go on, Sabata. I just want to know the program that you want to propose. That's all.
I am coming to the program right now. So when I said something akin to trusteeship, it is because I know that the United Nations functions like a legislative body. That is, they look at the nature of a problem, and then the UN Security Council goes and sits down, or whatever body, when they look at the nature of the problem, then they will plan on what program will bring solution to that, and then they will pass a resolution on it. Okay? So if you are asking me, let me give you an example of the program. What I will respond to you is, right now, what we can do is we can simply advocate to the UN that we want a program that functions like a trusteeship, so that they sit down, look at the nature of the problem, develop a program that is similar to trusteeship in order to bring a solution.
But the assumption that there is nothing that will work is one of the problems that we have always been having. We don't advocate for these things because we assume that we know that it will not happen. You can go ahead.
Yeah, I think Sabata, there's a difference between hoping and wishing for something to be achieved and the reality and situation on the ground. I don't envisage it because if you talk about UN, you have the General Assembly, which is the supreme body, and then you have the Security Council with its 15 members, then the 5 permanent members and the 10 non-permanent members. Now, if you are, as you're talking about, that there's a proposal akin to trusteeship, that's why I asked you, what is it? Because when we talk, let's not talk about hypothetical scenarios that does not exist in real life. We must talk about things that we know that could exist. It's not a matter of thinking about impossible, but it's talking about things that are practical. So basically, what I know, for example, that the UN is already present in South Sudan under Chapter 7, which allow it, to protect the civilian and intervene. Now, if there's anything to do with South Sudan that the security situation has totally collapsed in our country, then United Nations may direct the UNMISS in South Sudan to invoke Chapter 7, which is self-defense and protecting of civilians. But it will not give the UNMISS the right to take over the country. So these are things that could be practical. But what you're saying now, that people go and tell the UN to tailor a certain situation so particular, so unique, and that is close to what you call trusteeship, I don't see it coming. So to me, the issue of trusteeship is just it's my opinion. Yeah, I'm expressing my opinion. Like you express your opinion, I'm expressing my opinion based on my professional engagement with the UN. I have worked with the UN, so it's easy for someone who has not worked within the institutions of UN to dream. But reality is different. That is one. The issue of source. In order for it to draw the necessary attention that will warrant the international community to intervene, will require a robust political engagement. The United Nations, with the region is the African Union, and the sub-regional organization, so that they could be involved in South Sudan, whatever it may be. I see it now. At the present time, there is already a political apathy in the international community. As I said, I was in New York 2 weeks ago. Even then, about South Sudan, to be honest with you. People have lost interest and engagement with the people of South Sudan. The international community is so disappointed and disgusted with what has happened in South Sudan. They're even regretting the fact that they gave South Sudan an independent, allowed the South Sudan to be an independent republic at a very early stage. Many countries now are regretting it, to be honest with you. So there's not even political impetus at the UN that you're talking about, Sabato, that will actually warrant what you're talking. The United Nations now, no one is interested, to be honest with you, and they have lost political engagement with South Sudan. So trusteeship to me is a non-starter. Now let me go to the second point, the unity of the opposition. I think we are talking from practical point of view. What unity of partners? But there's no permanent friend and no permanent enemy. In politics, there's only common interest. I believe, given the political situation in our country now, and given that the fact that the interim period is coming to an end, and Salva Kiir wants to renew his own mandate, or trying to do these shambolic elections, the political forces and the revolutionary forces in our country will be compelled to at least, come up with a common program that will galvanize the people of South Sudan, a program that will act as a roadmap of the puppets. And to me, this is what people are working on, opposition is working on it, day in, day out. We don't just come and talk for the sake of it. We don't just come and talk for the sake of it. And I think those who are doing practical work are working hard to see into it that opposition should agree and have a common ground, regardless of their past political differences, regardless of the bitterness that exists before. To feel that the country is bigger than all of us, is bigger than our political
differences and will require us to sit down on a table as opposition, I'm talking about the union opposition, and unite our ranks so that we could bring a total change in the country. So I'm very optimistic, as Fidel Castro once said, that a revolutionary is an optimistic person. Someone who is pessimistic is not a revolutionary. So I believe that in the near future, the opposition will come and have a roadmap that will unify them, that will engulf the people of South Sudan behind the program that they will come up with. Lastly, I agree with Maulana Khamis. Revolution cannot be determined by a day, 6 months, 1 year, 3 years, or 4 years. When you start that you want to be a change, there's no time frame that you can put forth that this is what I will achieve within a year. Because there are a lot of things, a lot of factors that will determine the length of the revolutionary struggle. In South Sudan today, the political masses and the political consciousness of our masses has been awoken. A couple of years ago, many people did not know what was going on. The political conscious now has really, reached all the corners of South Sudan. So to me, it is an achievement that the people of South Sudan are politically now conscious. They know the internal contradictions existing and inherent in our country, and they know that the fascistic policies of the regime. This to me is an asset in itself. Revolution will only come when the consciousness of the people has been awoken, to the level where they feel that time has come for the revolution. And it's not a matter of a year or two. And Anyanya took 17 years for it to mature and to be an effective guerrilla arm until 1969. It took SPLM 21 years to achieve, its objectives. And it took many revolutionary movements, many years to achieve it. So in South Sudan, the length of the struggle itself will be judged by how the people of South Sudan will react. Me, as Emmanuel, I could tell you this. Now the political conscience that's created in South Sudan, it will take time. In my opinion, it will not be less than 5 years for you and for the people of South Sudan to reach to a zenith of revolution and say, enough is enough, Kir must go. But what is required now is to continue educating of the masses about their political responsibility and historical responsibility so that they could effect a change in our country. Kir and the regime will not last forever. Time will come when the people will revolt and take them out like many African countries have done, like Sudan has done with al-Bashir. So this is the few common sense I wanted to add. I wanted to say a lot, but there's a lot of people here also on the forum. So I also wanted to give them a chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Safir Emmanuel. And we're going to go ahead and just give a mic to Deng. Deng, the mic is yours.
You can put me down if you want. I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
خلاص كويس. طبعا حاجة اسمه السياسة ده حاجة بسيط شديد. أنا عايز ممكن أتكلم. جنوب السودان ده ما طلع. So I don't think يعني في زول عنده رأي كمان ده رجع كلام في جنوب السودان. أنت لو جاء شديد كده جار شديد I will give Arbiter sure get up. And then we can talk to you. Yeah, now for the you can talk. They talk about you and they talk about well they are tala class kind of vision. So into the Kumai Kalam Katir. Nas Kokora, Nas Shanu, Nas Jota, Kalam Kadira. I will go to show. Yeah.
Deng,
yeah.
Do you know what topic are we talking about? We're talking about the way forward.
I know.
Okay. So can you focus on the topic, please?
Okay. What is the bank?
The topic is we're talking about the way forward. We're not speaking on the Addis Ababa agreement or the Addis Ababa Accord, and we are not speaking about Kokora right now. We already spoke about that. We're talking about the way forward. How can we move forward to save our country or to live together united in that country? How can we go forward? That's the question.
So can you please focus on the topic?
Okay, hello, what is the topic? There are no topic here because we are South Sudanese.
Okay, then I think I'm gonna move you down and go forward for those who wants to contribute. Thank you very much. Please, for anyone that's coming up here, let's be respectful. If you don't have anything positive to contribute, or if you do not wish to speak on the topic, please do not come up here. If you want to speak on the topic or you have a question for the speakers, you can come up. Thank you very much. And we're gonna go ahead and give the mic to Jeremiah. Jeremiah, the mic is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, South Sudan Political Club, and also the listeners. Yeah, the topic is very important when it is the way forward.
I'm sorry, this is not South Sudan Political Club. This is South Sudan is not a cup of tea. Just correction, and then you can continue. Jeremiah, you can continue. I just wanted to make correction because you mistaken the platform.
Yeah, okay. This topic is very important when we ask ourselves, what is the way forward for South Sudan to come together as a nation? It is very important for me, like for the rest. And this question had to be answered. Yeah, to me, the way forward really, it needs political solution. Without political solution, then we will not reach to the expectation of the people. What I want the people of South Sudan to do is to copy the Kenyan style. When former Kenyan President Daniel Arap Moi was the president of Kenya for 27 years. And then there were so many parties in Kenya. And every election, President Moi used to win the election. But it happened at a time because he used to win the election because Kenya they were divided on the tribal basis. But it came a time, all the politicians from different tribes in Kenya, or all the political parties, they unite and form one political party. And that made them to succeed. And that was the election brought former President Moi Kabaki. It was brought by all the opposition. So this is the same things should happen in South Sudan. All the political parties in South Sudan, they should unite. They should speak one language. Because we already understood current government is not delivering, and the government even failed to win the heart and mind of the people. We are not talking about independence anymore. We want success. We want unity. We want security. These are the basic things government deliver. After all this, now it needs a national movement, which based on just on not on military issues, but just to focus on unity of all the political parties in South Sudan. And people have to stop hatred among the tribes. People have to stop something to talk about militarism or revolution in form of military. When you talk in form of the army, we will not succeed. When you concentrate on forming the army forces or rebel, we will not succeed in South Sudan. Because this is a strength of the current regime. But when people demand for referendum, political transformations, I think people of South Sudan, they will go forward. Any tribes is part of current regime. The ideology is ours. It is not tribal ideologies. But people, they use tribal vehicle to take them to heaven where they want. But it is upon now, all of us to stop inciting, incitements, and let us come together. Especially those who are in diaspora, we should use this social media for our unity first. After we get united, it is not the time now you can reach to our people down there in the ground. And we have to press, we have to lobby at African Union, at regional level, international community, try to make sure there is election in South Sudan where people will participate freely. And then from there, it is now where all the political parties, united under one umbrella should participate in that election. Now, there are a lot of things South Sudan need to do. The current law in South Sudan is another asset of the current regime. South Sudan needs new constitution. It needs constitutional writers from outside of South Sudan to go and write the constitution of South Sudan, which reflects the interest of the people of South Sudan, not the interest of the ruling party. This is one. And then South Sudan had to initiate referendum, whether it needs or not, if it needs federal system or what type of system of government do they want. But we should not talk about a redivision of South Sudan into small countries like European style. This will not work. Our solution, we have to stop hatred, unite politically. Let us have an agenda, approach the region, as I've said before, the UN, especially the United States. US is not clean now. America was clean before independence. America supported us until we get the independence because they forced North to sign peace with us. Now, America is one-sided. It's not with the people of South Sudan. We have to tell the United States government directly, as people of South Sudan, as a political party, not a military party or not what. Tell America clearly, before you were very clean, now you become dirty. The suffering of our people now, the United States has blame on it. It is done with one person or group of people, the Clique regime. America is not standing with the people. America is using them or trying just to support the regime. I've never seen the previous white government, United States, involved in corruptions, but I have seen them in South Sudan. They have their own interests, individual, they lobby, and especially like what we have seen. Someone went from UK, like an international lawyer, supporting government blindly with ignoring the truth. Even the journalist has been asking him. He just make excuse that he is under pressure, he want to go, and claiming to be a lawyer. So these are the people the regime are using outside South Sudan. We have to get rid of them. We have to block. We have to tell the world. Such type of companies lobby on the behalf of government of South Sudan. They have to be held accountable. One is Canada, one is United States. Now we have seen another one in UK. So West is really manufacturing these policies in South Sudan, in which we continue killing ourselves, and I don't know why the rest of the African were keeping quiet. Like you find out, like Israel is really Israel is not in South Sudan with good intention. It does not even understand the root of conflict in South Sudan. We are not fighting with Arab anymore. We are fighting among ourselves, and our fighting is not something to do with religions or what.
Brother Jeremiah, can you conclude, please?
So what my conclusion is that let us unite, like I said before. If someone is saying for us to succeed or for the people of South Sudan to succeed, not through unity, that person is a liar. It needs political unity, and people should stop hatred and use social media wisely. I would like to end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Jeremiah. We can go ahead and just go ahead and give the mic to Wilson. Wilson, the mic is yours. Wilson, are you there? Your mic is off.
Hello.
Yes,
Are you
we
hearing
can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, hold on. My break is about to finish, but let me get maybe 2 to 3.
Yeah, can we continue, Sister Pam, with the finalist? Because we have to conclude this room and we have to.
Okay, so
yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and give Brother Daniel this chance because he asked earlier to speak. Daniel, the mic is yours.
Okay, yeah, just give me a second. I'm just getting ready here.
Okay. So I'm gonna move on to the next person. I'll give you a chance after since you're doing something. Brother Daniel?
It's okay. It's okay. I can do it now.
Okay. So you can give your remark and then go ahead and conclude as well. All together, I'll give you that. I'll give you extra minutes to conclude.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pam. Thank you, Mujasif, there on Facebook. And the people who are watching on YouTube and those who are in the clubhouse. And I want to thank the panelists again and for those other people who have given their opinions with regards to the way forward. Now, I mentioned some few things there, which I'll revisit later on. في حاجات قبل في المحاضرة الأولى ده أنا أكلم وأنا برجع وأنا فوق بعدين إن شاء الله. طبعا نمرة واحد يا جماعة, in order for us to move forward, إحنا لازم نعرف المشكلة بتاعت جنوب السودان ده شنو ذات. What are the root causes of the problem in South Sudan? Because today you cannot really start solving a problem without knowing it. So that is probably the starting point. What we have seen in South Sudan all along, and we have discussed this before, in the issues of South Sudan are two faults. The first one is the political domination, whether this is by tribes or individuals. So mushkila bitat political domination, they are mushkila kabir. The twin sister to this problem is the resource domination. So therefore, in order for us to solve this, we need to start talking like what we are doing now. What we are doing now is actually healthy, because that will actually help in bringing the way forward. ففي ناس بتقول في جنوب السودان اني يعني حاجات المجي كلمه دي ذاته يا حاجات الشنو يعني دي very good. And it is true. يعني today if we are talking like this, it is good, so at least we know the viewpoint of the other person. Like if we don't allow people to talk, then we will just shut them down. يعني ده بدا دي سياسه بتاع اقصاء بالعربي, يعني you want to oust the other groups. عشان كده the starting point في حل بتاع جنوب السودان ده we need to start talking like this, and talking is good so that at least you know the viewpoint of the other person to tackle these two problems. So all the other speakers spoke about so many things. Alana Bishivini, all the suggestions that were given are credible. Be it like the creating an opposition, because we have seen these efforts before the 2018 peace process. Usually the irony is unity among South Sudanese themselves. Only somebody from outside like Troika or UN or whoever has to force them to forge a unity so that they can talk with the government in power. فعشان كده يا جماعة كنا النهارده نتكلم في unity, we have to talk about the voluntary unity. إني we see إن شنو في مشكلة هناك. So عشان كده مشكلة عندنا دي يعني in nature هو begin as a political problem, لكن in reality actually it is a tribal problem. عشان كده we need to start from the grassroots. We start educating our people about their problems and about their rights. حاجات دي بتتم through so many avenues, and one of them is now the social media. Social media ده هسه بيمشي لحد أي محل. You know, if you took the SPLM, يعني what made the SPLM popular at that time? It was their media, the media campaign. So عشان كده we need to explain to the people in يا جماعة مشكلة دلتا نغانا كان political it is actually not political, because political is bringing us more damage than good. So مشكلة بتاعنا ده هو أصلا هو مشكلة بتاع شنو؟ بتاع يعني قبلية بتاع حيمنة. But it is easy. It's not that all the people are actually tribal. But few leaders, few individuals, يعني حابب ودو بتاع tribalism just to gain something. So if you're able to explain this to our people, and then because they are not gaining anything really from it, so you need to tell them what is in it for them. Yeah. Aizo le arfin ni takunindu mawari takunindu petrol le takunini, ya takunindu asmak, ya takunindu mazare, ya takunindu abga. Like in the end of the day, you don't see the benefits, because why? There is no instability, and then even the person in charge who is saying, yeah, you are my tribesmen, support me, so that we can dominate this power, you even don't get the dividends. So if you explain to people like this, I think they will understand. Right? About the organization from the ground level, but for now, from outside here, if you are talking through the social media, they will get the understand. And then, yeah, political alliance. They become political alliance, they talk about international campaign. And this should really include everyone. It should include everyone who is willing to get on board. Give them the opportunity. Any opinion counts, Jama. If somebody is suggesting something, then you just reject it outright because it looks like it's impossible. No. Give it a chance. Can fizzle alo bishuf inno bagdar yani ma bikelimu berotan tanna hina kindi yani arda bijir baakul hajar. Nothing is impossible, really. Give people the opportunity. If they can find a way to do it, let them do it. But let them be in the fold of the position. Fashankida creating this yani national alliance on the ground here, hatta in the diaspora is one aspect. Creating this political alliance with the means of the struggle is also another aspect. الاتجاه الثاني بقى the international community. You also write your proposals very well, and the people who are capable, they can now take it to the international community, they can take it to friends and things like that. You try now to mobilize the internal front. Okay? The internal front now need to be organized also. Like I said, you need to explain to them that this is the issue. Because if you look at it over the years, what development did you get? Did your child go to school? Are you provided with enough electricity for your child to study? Were you provided with clean water, with health? Look at our people, they are dying on a daily basis. Are all our people in the country? Some are in the refugee camps, some are in the internally displaced camps, some are even in Sudan. So you need to educate our people on those bases, and then you also need allies. Not necessarily international organizations, you need allies if you can be able to make. Under this government now in South Sudan, they have allies all over. You know, those people around the region, they're all allies. Even far away countries like China, these are allies, especially the South Sudan government. And why are they allied to the South Sudanese government? Because number one, it's the government in power. And then number two, they are eyeing the resources of South Sudan. So you need to be able to really to coin your case to the point where you can be able to also garner support from these people. Explain to them in the مشكلة أننا ما يعني إن عايزين يعني نقلب على حكومة جنوب السودان بس لكن you know there are issues there are burning issues, number 1, number 2, number 3, like I have outlined. And you put it there. And then you go to organizing our people inside. And يعني مرات جنوب السودان كان بيقولوا إن شنو يعني كان الناس ما شكلها حقيقة بعد مرات people will not see their strength. When we were growing up as young people, to be honest, يعني الحرب كان ما شكلها ما بعرفوا قوتها. So if that is what the government will understand sometimes, it is not like we are aiming a tribe by itself, but we are aiming the government. Because in that government, people from all tribes of South Sudan are represented. So sometimes you really need to put up even a physical fight. Then you need to mobilize for that, so that a change can happen. So now, also, yeah, and this is a sensitive topic, and when we usually talk about it, we are not really against any region in South Sudan, but we are not against any tribe in South Sudan. These regions need to organize. Kandeba Hargazal, Waledinas, that's Upper Nile, Walenas Kokora, they really need to organize their house from within. That is true. That is a fact, because the give a semblance of unity on the national level, but at the same time, in your background, it is burning. Look at what is happening in Jungule. Murle and Denka don't live in peace. In unity state, even the same Nuer tribe, they don't live in peace. In Upper Nile, Shuluk and Denka don't live in peace. In Bahar Ghazal, in Equatoria, there is an ongoing war. There is
طيب يا جماعة أنا هحاول أقفل الفيسبوك ونقول لكم يعني أمسية مريحة، وإن شاء الله الناس يتابعونا في الكلاب هاوس مع أختنا باميلا سايمون، وإن شاء الله نتقابل في موضوع سياسي آخر في الأسبوع القادم إن شاء الله بعون الله، وكونوا دائما في أمان الله. باي باي، السلام عليكم.